Hello, gamers. I hope you guys are all ready for a very exciting speed run. We're going to go ahead and start the run, and then we'll start breaking down the category, and we'll introduce everyone. So, whenever you're ready, I'll do a countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so hey guys, welcome to Majora's Mask 100% NMG, or no major glitch. Let me introduce my commentary team. Go ahead.
Alright, I'm Trev Person. I've been running the game for 6 years now, and this is actually my favorite category, so I'm pretty excited for this.
Yeah, I'm Jess. I've been playing for about like 3 years and 3 months at this point, and I'm now a randomizer man.
I'm Jake. I've been playing for an amount of time, and I'm here.
Jess almost finished one run of this category. Almost.
Yeah, I almost finished one run, then I screwed up very, very bad.
Alright, so let's start talking about the category name, NMG or no major glitches. So, actually we'll do that after. So we're going to define what 100% means in Majora's Mask. So basically, the community defined 100% in Majora's Mask as gathering all the items that travel back with you when you play the Song of Time. These items include things such as heart pieces, heart containers, final tier item upgrades, masks, all the good stuff. And basically, the things that don't count are like small keys and boss keys and rupee chests. So anything you can think of, we will be getting besides those. And all of these items must be obtained from their intended source. So we will not be glitching them into our inventory in any way possible. And then now for the definition of the category. Pretty recently we had a vote on to rename some of the categories, particularly any percent and 100% have no major glitches variants. So that instead of no SRM, we can now throw, because there are still more glitches that are banned. It's not just SRM. When it came to no SRM, it was also ACE and text overflow. So now no major glitches pretty much inhabits all three of those under one definition. And I'll hand it over to Trev to explain what those glitches are and why they're banned.
Yeah, so those three glitches, text overflow, SRM, and then arbitrary code execution, are probably they're three of the most powerful glitches in Majora's Mask. They're typically considered, well, text overflow hasn't been looked into in depth, but it has a lot of potential to become all-encompassing like SRM and arbitrary code execution. And arbitrary code execution in and of itself is pretty ubiquitous. Everyone's kind of familiar with what that can do. Injecting code into the game, custom code into the game and executing it, allows you to do pretty much everything, almost anything really. You could actually circumvent most of the game, add items directly into your inventory, short of following the definition of intended sources for items. You could still completely break the game, and it would just be way too powerful. So, because these glitches tend to, make other things, completely irrelevant, it would just completely obsolete everything else, they're all banned. Text overflow can be used to access, the debug menu. SRM can be used to add pretty much any item into your inventory. And arbitrary code execution, there's, entire, showcases of what arbitrary code execution can do. There's a really, really good task for arbitrary code execution where I believe Seedborn 100% Majora's Mask in 30 minutes with arbitrary code execution. So those glitches, generally they are the only things banned, and it's just because they would tend to obsolete everything else. They are the most powerful glitches in Majora's Mask in theory, and in the case of SRM and ACE in practice. So
Yeah, SRM was the most recently discovered one of these major glitches, and the main application that we have found for speedruns like the fundamental of SRM is like you're using an unloaded actor over your head to rewrite attributes of another actor, which in most cases is going to be a chest, and one of the attributes is the item that's in the chest. So we can use Link's collision angle to basically just get whatever item we want from a chest, and we can use time stop to keep opening the same chest over and over again and keep getting different items.
Yeah, but then it can also be used for like wrong warps and whatnot, and text overflow can be used for debug menu as well. Debug menu was it's the only like really useful application of text overflow at the moment. There's like theoretical applications, but debug menu is just something that was left over in the game. With text overflow, you can open it and you can just adjust pretty much freely, like Link's inventory, like your inventory in the game. You can just like add stray fairies to it, any item you want, and then you can just save and cancel out as well. There are like, in theory, text overflow could evolve into something that could become more than just opening the debug menu. So it ended up just getting preemptively banned because it has the potential to become a lot worse. But at the moment, debug menu is the only thing it really does.
Yeah, an interesting thing about debug menu too is you can't use it to its full potential on Wii VC because to navigate the debug menu, you need to have the D-pad mapped, which is not the case on Wii VC. So like the most viable way to use the D-pad is on Wii U Virtual Console, but that version has many flaws, and people just do not like running on Wii U. So I think the only thing you can do with the debug menu on Wii is give yourself rupees, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so, yeah.
Also, nice intro rupees, dope.
Yeah, I got good money there. Do you want to explain that, Jake?
Oh yeah, we could
Yeah.
explain the rupees.
So you saw there in the intro, like after he got control of Link, he was breaking bushes out. Like there's like 2 patches right before you enter the area where you turn into a Deku. We need, I believe it's what, 200 rupees by the end of cycle 1.
Yeah, and done in several trips.
Right. So we're trying to dupe a wallet using the bank, which requires us to get the 100 reward twice, and he's gonna do some interesting stuff, which we can explain when he gets there. But the most important part is that we need to get those 200 rupees, and by getting the 20, we try to aim for 20 in those first 2 patches. We can, optimize the in-game time in Termina Field in order to get 200 without hitting final hours, if everything goes right.
Yep, and we have one of our first significant glitches coming up as well here that we should introduce really quick, because then Dope's gonna have to focus, but like, well, we should probably explain it afterwards at this point.
Yeah, we can do that.
We don't have enough time, so let's let him do it.
Can I quickly say something?
Go for it.
Guys, we reached $10,000.
Woo!
Oh,
Yay!
let's go.
Holy shit. I can't say thank you enough. That's an amazing achievement. That's by far the most successful ZSRMarathon ever. Thank you so much to Zach, the Dual Vision, for $100, putting us over the edge. Also to JR25, Love MM, good luck on the run, Jack of Hearts 30, Spleeby 15, grateful for the opportunity to participate in this marathon. Here's a small donation and some hope that Tress will finally get some sleep. You all are amazing. And to celebrate, just because you know how less that I basically did not sleep, I put one more incentive up, and that's face cam from me during the outro. If you all want to get that, and I look like a ghost, I swear, that's gonna be $508, because that would put us at the most successful ZSR event of all time with $10,580. So if you want, that's your chance. Thank you all
we need
so
to
much.
Get that.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, what Dope just did is known as HMS, or Happy Mess Salesman Skip. And a common trend with a lot of the cutscenes in this game is that when you go in their triggers, it takes 2 frames to activate them. So this is something we can easily exploit by just pause buffering 1 frame at a time through the cutscene trigger and just completely avoid the cutscene altogether.
Yep, there's gonna be other instances of delaying cutscenes like that throughout the run, but that one is pretty important. Comes right at the start of the run. Saves around, I believe, 40 to 50 seconds as well. Even though you spend time pausing and whatnot, it ends up saving almost a minute. And now we're kind of in like a lull part of the run. So first cycle, Majora's Mask is pretty infamous for having not much significant skillful gameplay. There's not much going on. But there is still a little bit to talk about because Dope still does need to get the rupees before the end of cycle 1. And he's also, you're seeing, he's advancing the in-game time straight to night 3. And this kind of ties into why there's not much, like, skillful gameplay going on. There is no way to circumvent this, like, first 3-day cycle in Majora's Mask at the moment, even after all this time. There's absolutely no way to skip it, no way to, really shorten it beyond just making it night 3 as fast as possible. That way we can get to midnight on the 3rd day, when the clock tower will open up and we can, in the intended way, initiate the cutscenes that will lead to us to getting our ocarina back. So the most we can do is just use that time that we're forced to spend efficiently. So he's gonna make it night 3 right away, like he did, using Grandma Stories, which makes it day 3, and then Dancing with the Scarecrow, which makes it night 3. And then while he's waiting for midnight, he's just gonna go collect those remaining rupees we were talking about to reach the 200 mark, so that we can do Wallet Dupe before the end of the 3-day cycle.
The 3DS version can actually skip the first cycle as well, using SRM, which for one is banned in this category, and for two actually just doesn't work with how I believe the heap and layout works, and it also has no way of doing SRM in Laundry Pool, which is how the 3DS version does it. So, kind of get the unlucky side here, where we have to deal with all 3 days.
I didn't even know that. Why did
Yeah.
3DS get everything cool? 3DS can do Goron missile everywhere too. Disgusting.
Yeah.
But yeah, so what Dope did is it's actually possible to backwalk past the guard in East Clocktown rather, to escape Clocktown in first cycle. And so Dope can farm rupees a little bit faster in Termina Field here to get towards that 200 mark. And the entire time is going. And one aspect of this that's like worth noting is in-game time actually progresses faster during this first 3-day cycle than it will for the rest of the run. So I forget the exact multiplier. Is it 4/3 or 5?
I don't remember
it's actually
exactly.
escaping me right now. I used to know this. I should know this. But basically, when you do not have Ocarina in your inventory, the game is actually in a state that we just call first cycle state, where in-game time progresses faster, and Termina Field actually doesn't have most of its actors loaded. So you have less time than you might think during this first cycle to get all the rupees if you're familiar with the game, just because during this time the clock actually progresses faster, which is an interesting little detail.
Also, I got pretty good luck there. Terminator.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I guess,
on the
like-
pace.
Oh, you can go ahead, Trev.
No, that's you go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna, while we're in first cycle downtime, I wanted to talk about like some tech that might be like a little different than OOT. So like, one of the big things that's different with MM is the camera, and a lot of people like it's pretty notorious for being a bad camera. And like one of the main differences between MM's camera and OOT is to fully like turn around, you have to wait like 5 frames. So that fundamentally changes how like a lot of movement works. So what you're gonna see a lot is you're gonna see Dope do like a target. He's gonna flick a direction and then untarget and retarget, which is called a quick turnaround, and it basically just completely avoids the 5 frames you have to wait. But like if you're watching OOT, you're just gonna see people flick down and then target because the camera doesn't have that issue in that game.
Alright. So we have another rupee deposit coming in. I believe this is only the second one, right? So you have to still go pick up the rest of the rupees. So that,
Yeah, he's getting it from
Yep.
stock
Yeah,
pudding.
Yep. So thankfully, Dope did manage to get to 99 after Termina Field Farm, and then he's going to be able to top it off to reach the 200 mark, which is actually the amount of rupees you want to have in the bank before the banker will give you an upgrade to your wallet capacity. And then from there, Dope is actually going to be able to perform the glitch that allows him to essentially collect that upgrade twice and get the fully upgraded wallet without ever having to go to the other intended upgrade spot, which would be Oceanside Spider House. So that's coming up. He's just gonna fill up his wallet again with the 99 rupee chest that can be accessed in Stockpot Inn only on the third night. And then I'll let you explain this one, or maybe Jake.
Yeah, I can explain it. So this is something called collection delay. This is a specific type where you use a ledge grab. And so you see Dope there, he like side hopped his Deku and grabbed the ledge of the little flower bed and then deposited rupees. For whatever reason, this state of like holding target after grabbing the ledge is going to delay him collecting the wallet here. And he's going to position himself in a certain spot and then just leave the area in order to actually stop the flag being set for getting the wallet. So right now, since he left the West Lockdown without talking to the banker, it's actually not going to set the flag for the banker giving you the wallet upgrade. So when he comes back later on in the run and deposits more rupees, he's going to give him the final upgrade.
Yep, and this actually ends up, I believe when this was implemented, it ended up saving like 3 or 4 minutes, because I think closer to 4, because Oceanside Spider House takes a little bit over 4 minutes to complete. So even though the glitch is really, really fast to set up, very, very easy to use, and removed a pretty significant portion of the run. So we will not really be visiting Oceanside Spider House except for one thing later because of this glitch. There is a heart piece there, but we will not need to get the wallet upgrade there, since we will be getting the final wallet upgrade from that same banker later on in the run as well, in a different 3-day cycle. And now, we are coming towards the end of first cycle. Unfortunately, still quite a few minutes of cutscenes to go, but then after this, the run will really, really pick up. But basically, Dope is going to be able to get his Ocarina here, play Song of Time, and then initiate a first human cycle after another cutscene. And then, thankfully, in Majora's Mask, there's just a shop dedicated to explosives. And that will allow us to obtain bombs and bomb shoes right away, which are exceedingly broken in both N64 Zelda games. And start performing a lot of different glitches right away. But unfortunately,
Still more cutscenes.
yep.
Dope ended up having a pretty good first cycle there.
Yeah,
Made it
that's
to the
pretty
clock
good.
tower on time, which I think is pretty good for this first cycle route.
Yeah, you need pretty decent luck.
Yeah.
Now we're learning Song of Time, which we used a few times.
Yep, anyone who's like, I guess not, like, I'm sure most people here are familiar with like the core concept of the game, but it actually makes like this particular speedrun really interesting. The fact that like there's the 3-day cycle with like predetermined events that take place throughout each of those 3 days. And Song of Time in this game compared to OOT actually resets those 3 days. So the scheduling of events, because this is 100% and you pretty much have to do like all the events, is going to end up playing into like the routing quite a bit. And there's like a lot of tight segments in Majora's Mask in this run that heavily rely on you playing well in order to make certain like scripted events on time. I think particularly in late game, right? Like I think there's like a segment in late game that's like really, really tight if you want to play it optimally because of the in-game clock. Is
Yeah,
that-
the third cycle is like full of in-game time segments in this run.
So yeah, Song of Time and like scheduling and managing all that is going to be very important for Dope throughout the run. And then this run actually only will be playing Song of Time 3 times, I think, optimally. I think it's a 4-cycle run, which is actually, I also believe, the fewest amount of cycles a run can be.
Yeah.
There's like mutually exclusive events that force you to play Song of Time, no matter what. Although maybe it can be done with 3 now with like SRM and item recovery. But yep. You may think that the cutscenes are over and that we're about to get going. But we have one last cutscene. All right, it's almost over, I swear, and then the good parts of the run start. Really, this entire run is good except for the first 20 minutes. I swear, I promise you. All right, we're getting there.
Like, yeah, the momentum really starts going at when you get out of these cutscenes.
Yeah. And, like, it really just kicks off right away, because once you're out of these cutscenes, again, because there's the bomb shop in Majora's Mask, you get access to explosives immediately, which will allow us to start sequence breaking right away. But, like, one of the most desired things because of this entire sequence of cutscenes is, like, some sort of first cycle skip, like, anything. Like, it's something I've wanted for years. It's oh my god, like, I'm hoping that one day we see it. Because I can only talk about, like, theoretical first cycle skips for so long. It just drives me insane that, like, we have, like, MM has been getting, like, broken pretty wide open the last couple years, and we still do not have
we still can't skip first cycle. It's annoying because, like we were talking about, like, outside first cycle, most of the runs are, like, really, really good and interesting. But first cycle just, like, can hold them back in terms of enjoyment, like, early on for some people.
Yep. That's why I do not grind short categories. Because you see first cycle way too often.
What do you mean 90% is a blast in this game?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Are we talking, like, true any percent, or, like, any percent no major glitches, though?
Oh, true any percent.
True any percent. So what's the record for... Oh, so keep in mind, I think the record for true any percent... What is it again? Wait a minute. I think I have this open.
It's like 24 minutes, something like that.
So the record for true any percent in this game is 24 minutes and 44 seconds. Now, keep in mind, all right, true any percent still has to do this entire first cycle. All right, so we're at 22 minutes right now, still doing these cutscenes. So... that's what true any percent is. It is first cycle and then the run's over. Because you just do a credit swap.
True any percent, more like true fun, because it's true fun.
Yeah, that's why it has 0 runners. I don't.
Too much fun.
But yeah, we're finally getting out. This is literally the end. So.
Fun fact about that cutscene Dope just watched, on the English, specifically just the English version, there's a text box that you have to advance manually, and there's only one, and they added that for some reason, and then removed it again in PAL.
Ooh, I didn't know about that.
I didn't know they removed it in PAL.
Yeah.
The PAL version of this game is super sick.
It makes me super sick watching it because it's at like 5 FPS.
Yeah, as Trev was saying, once Dope is out of the sex box here, we're gonna get into the action like pretty much immediately. It's right out of the bomb shop. We're gonna see 2 pretty important exploits back to back here.
Yeah. So right away, actually, as a result of all the money that Dope had to collect in first cycle in order to do wallet dupe, so he's able to just like come straight to the bank, just withdraw all that money. We're gonna use that to basically get like full-on explosives and have a little bit of money left over, and then he's gonna perform the first like real glitch of the run. Like it will allow for sequence breaking later. There is an owl statue in West Clocktown. All right, so most people are familiar with the owl statue in South Clocktown in Majora's Mask that allows you to warp there throughout the run. or like throughout the game. Because the South Clocktown Owl statue is in a spot that should be visible from West Clocktown through the loading zone, they placed one in West Clocktown as well. So you're going to see Dope here do his first glitch. He's going to get a glitch called Infinite Sword Glitch, which allows him to hover when he's shielding damage. And he's going to hover around the load zone to access this additional owl statue that exists on the other side of the load zone, so that it looks like you're looking at the South Clocktown Owl. He's going to hit it, and then that will allow him to use it later for sequence breaking that we will explain when he gets it. But basically, that's a setup for later when he gets Song of Soaring. And another important part of that glitch is he's not going to be able to hit any owl statues at all other than that one while he's wants to make use of the hidden owl statue in West Clocktown. So that's the setup for later.
And a few other things we saw were mega flips and recoil flips, and those are basically just exploiting negative speed that you can gain from explosions, just to get more distance than you normally would be able to.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
saw
it abuses,
the one right there.
It abuses for whatever reason, rolls in this game at the very end have invulnerability, like iframes, and you can use that to like exploit the knockback of the bomb. That's gonna go for another movement-related glitch that we'll see later as well.
Yeah, and what dopezzera do here is important, we can explain it after.
Yeah, so this glitch is very precise. So we're going to be looking for max height on these bomb shoes.
Nice.
Yeah, that clip in the wall is called a ground clip. It's a very...
I didn't mean to go for that unbuffer.
Yeah, why did you do that?
No, well done though.
Muscle
Yeah, so
memory just
what-
took over.
Yeah, so what Dope did there was, it's called an alternate exit. All of a lot of the all the grottos and fairy fountains are on the same map. So like the Dongo Grotto like textures and stuff are all loaded, but the collision for all the other grottos is still there. So we can enter the Palace Grotto and then just go in the load, even though like the only thing that's loaded there is the collision in the load zone.
And yeah, that specific clip to the wall is called a ground clip, and it requires, in most cases, some kind of specific combination of horizontal and vertical speed. So the height he needed off of his hovers there is actually pretty precise, down to a few units, and thankfully we have ways to kind of manipulate that to make it consistent.
Alright, a lot more hovering here to access the monkey's room early there. Thankfully, you can climb the walls around like the rooms of like the Deku Palace Gardens there. So he's able to access the room a lot earlier than the intended method, which would be like using magic beans and all the Deku flowers. So we can obtain Sonata of Awakening right away. And this will, of course, be useful later to access Woodfall Temple, which I believe is still done in 2 trips in this run, right? We still go early for Bow, and then we'll be leaving and coming back with like much more equipment later in the run. But there are ways to technically, I mean, the category is 100% still, so we're going to need to obtain Sonata at some point, but there's almost no ways to circumvent this song, regardless, in most categories that need to beat Woodfall or access it. There technically are ways, but they're super obscure. The way I'm most familiar with is like you have to like void in Milk Road for an entire in-game day or something, if I remember correctly. I need to track down that video again. That's like a super obscure strat. And then other than that, after this we're going to be able to get Song of Soaring, which is right outside Deku Palace, and that will allow Dope to utilize the hidden owl he hit earlier in West Clocktown. And again, like, while he's utilizing the hidden owl for a glitch called Index Warp, he cannot hit any other owl statues, but he's gonna need to start hitting owl statues eventually in the run. because they are required for the 100% definition. But it is actually beneficial to not hit them right away and wait till later so that we can take advantage of index warp for the early portions of the run to get around quickly and get items that will allow us to navigate the map faster. You know, like Goron Mask. We'll be getting Bow early, Hookshot early, Zora Mask, and then the owl statue that we will eventually be hitting first in the run is the one at the top of Stone Tower, because that one is typically considered the most out of the way. You'd have to, I mean, you don't want to have to climb Stone Tower if you can just soar to the top, right? So that will be the first one hit later on in the run.
Someone was asking how gainers work too. In this game, when you target up against a wall, it will redirect your momentum if you're like in the air towards whatever wall you targeted. So a gainer is literally just backflipping and targeting in the air, and it makes them move towards the wall so you can just grab the ledge. It doesn't work in OOT because one of the changes from OOT to MM is that Link can grab ledges midair out of a side hop or a backflip. So.
Alright. And there was the very first use of index warping. So Dope actually went into his pause menu and he put his cursor inside of the map screen on a specific location, which actually influences where he's able to soar. I don't know the specifics behind exactly why this works. Maybe one of you two does, so feel free to jump in if you do. But by basically, in terms of utilizing it, once you have the Hidden Owl and West Clocktown hit, you are able to go to the map screen and put your cursor on specific points. And then when you play Song of Soaring, that index will actually be used to determine where your cursor defaults to on the Song of Soaring screen. And you can soar to, as long as you have the proper map points, you can actually soar to any point on the map, to any of the 10 normal owl statues. So actually, by accessing Goron Village now, as Dope is, he's going to be able to soar to Stone Tower later. Because this map point just corresponds to a default position of Stone Tower Temple. Or Stone Tower itself, outside the temple, the owl statue.
Hey friends, can I quickly read 2 donations?
Yeah.
Sure.
Alright, Gamer David donating $20 saying, Yo, 10k hype! Awesome work on another amazing Zelda Marathon ZSR. So glad I was able to help out even just a little by showing off what Hyrule Warriors looks like as a speedrun, even if I didn't manage to world record on stream, lol. All the runs this weekend were a blast to watch, and I can't wait to see this marathon finish out strong. I agree, thank you so much. Also Mel donating $25 saying, Tress, let's go. I'm not going anywhere, I promise. I will just go to bed later. But we are only $450 away now, $460, from making this the most successful ZSR event of all time. So close. You all are amazing.
So, a few things that we saw Dope do, like more of the bomb glitches. We saw a super slide, which is another exploitation of the bomb speed. But in a super slide, you end up in a state of where you're constantly trying to grab the bomb. And another thing we saw was a HES, was stands for Hyper Extended Super Slide, which is where we exploit a small area on the control stick called the ESS range, where it's not the dead zone, but you aren't quite walking. It's like a shuffle in place, and we can exploit the negative speed from the bomb and the iframes and the ESS position to keep that speed and change our direction. And one of the properties of ESS is that it maintains your current speed.
Yeah, it's something to note too right now is Dope's actually trying to make an in-game time section right now. He's trying to get the room key from Andrew in the stockpot in. So he's going to be timing an inverted Song of Time in this upcoming segment at some point in order to make sure that he can get there at the proper time.
Yeah, the room key is only available until 4:10 on the first day. So at that point, if Dope isn't at Clocktown to pick that up, I mean, if he was going to be late, he would probably go there early. otherwise he'd have to pick it up in like another 3-day cycle. And the reason he needs to pick up Room Key at some point is just, while it's a temporary item and technically not important for 100%, there's this thing in the game called Bomber's Notebook, so that, Bomber's Notebook tracks like a whole bunch of like events throughout the game, and that is part of the 100% definition. So he will have to do that. So it's important that he doesn't make too many mistakes and he times his inverted Song of Time well, in order to make that. So now we're in Woodfall. This is going to be the first of 2 trips to the temple. We're just here early because we want, like, it's very important to get bow early on. It's one of the most useful items in the game. We're going to need to use elemental arrows later in the run as well. But the reason this temple isn't going to be completed right now is just because it's faster to come back later with like way more items. Like we need to collect stray fairies, and like we can collect those more quickly if we have Great Fairy Mask, and like Hookshot can be used for navigating in this dungeon really well as well. So it's only pretty much a trip just for bow, just because it's so valuable.
Yeah, and like in most longer categories, you're gonna like 2-tripping Woodfall is gonna be faster because of how important the bow is in the first trip, and just like Trev said, how fast the temple can be when you have better equipment later on. Like even in glitchless, it's faster to 2-trip the temple.
Yeah, like things like fire arrows, hookshot, and Great Fairy Mask again are like the big items that really make this temple like worth revisiting in this category rather than doing it now. But we still want to have bow, and then I mean also for in-game time reasons, like doing this in 2 trips is good as well, because if you're trying to make Room Key, we do not have time to do the entire dungeon right now unless we were to invert really early, and it just would be really slow. One thing he does pick up, though, just because it's so close to Bow Room, is he is going to get the dungeon map right now, actually, by killing these snappers in this room, and then he's going to perform a trick using this bomb here right after getting the map.
Dope, look how you're gonna die.
Dude, what the heck?
Oh my god. Yeah, so what Dope did there is a death warp. It's probably not uncommon in other games too, but since we're so far away from the Woodfall entrance, it's pretty convenient to just die at the map chest and just be at the Woodfall temple entrance. And another thing that Dope did there was something called a fast death warp. And so normally when you die, there's like a 5-second like game over jingle. But if you get the item get jingle from the map and you die fast enough, that jingle will still be going, and it'll just completely negate the game over jingle, and you save like 5 seconds or so from that.
Alright. So now Dope is going to be looking for Goron Mask here, and while he could be climbing the ladder to get up here, he's actually going to be doing an out-of-bounds walk here on the geometry. This like set of side hops is a little bit precise, like the first one. The second one, he can just mash it. But the slope is so steep that like it tries to throw you off even with ISG if you don't maintain like a consistent pace of the side hops. So that ends up saving 20 seconds over just climbing the ladders, done really well, and so he can get up here and get Goron Mask a little bit quicker. And then the reason like coming here for Goron Mask so early is important is Goron Mask is typically the fastest method of travel in this game. It has the same, when you are at max speed in a Goron roll, it's the same thing as Hess speed off of like a bomb. So it ends up being just much more convenient because you have more control over the direction you're traveling. You're not constantly expending explosives. It's much easier to use than constantly having to Hess or perform super slides. So this mask is insanely valuable, insanely important, and makes up probably the bulk of the movement throughout the run outside of dungeons. So you'll be seeing a lot of Goron Mask in that regard. And then also, It's very good. Just while we're here, once we have it, we're gonna be able to pick up a couple extra things in Mountain Village before leaving as well, right? There's like a song we're gonna get, as well as a mask that are both Goron. Goron mask is needed for both as well.
Yeah, and now that we have Goron, I don't think we're doing any more Hesses in the run. There's still gonna be some super slides here and there when they're convenient, but I don't believe there's gonna be any more Hesses.
I believe you're correct. If I'm remembering correctly, there's no more Hesses once you get Goron mask. Like, Goron pretty much obsoletes them entirely unless you're like in an area where you already have the bomb equipped, I guess, and it's convenient to do so for like a short straight stretch.
Yeah.
But alright. So what you're gonna see now is Dope is actually performing a glitch known as action swap. So he actually pulled his bow and canceled pulling a stick out by reading the sign as he input the stick. And this allows his stick to actually fire a flaming arrow that simulates like an arrow that passes through a torch. It's not quite a fire arrow. It actually has the same properties as an arrow that has passed through a flaming torch. And this glitch is a little bit difficult to explain.
This glitch is like really convoluted, but like the basics of it is that you're swapping the action that occurs when you're using a stick, but like the technicals are really weird and hard to explain.
Yeah, what happens when you perform action swap, right? You have bow in hand, and bow is associated with a certain action, right? And you have stick, and that's associated with the current action. And so when you have bow in hand and then you pull stick, the game tries to ready another action for stick, but then you cancel stick being pulled out by reading the sign. And ultimately, it's a little bit arbitrary what happens because it depends on how like the actions are arranged in memory. So you kind of just have to take my word for it that like because of the way the actions are arranged in memory, what ends up happening is that flaming arrow ends up as the action for stick. Ultimately, it's a little bit too complex for like explaining in this context, I think.
Yeah, and it has more uses outside of shooting fire arrows. They're not often useful for RTA-related stuff, but like there's some weird things you can do with it. Like I think you can actually like unlock the PAL frame rate by lighting a action swap stick. You can do weird stuff.
I'm learning so much about PAL play. I did not know this.
Yeah, we're gonna see the exact same thing with the flaming arrow here.
Yeah, so he canceled pulling stick by talking to the Goron. Ooh, unbuffered! Jeez!
What
It's going a little too crazy. Alright, that was actually frame perfect. So he, again, got the flaming arrow with action swap, and he was able to light the chandelier using a backflip to get the perfect angle to hit it. There's like a frame in Link's backflip where he's aiming just a little bit up, which just happens to be directly at the chandelier from that spot. So, just lights the that for later. We'll be getting the rock sirloin right after this cutscene with ZFG.
Crying for his record.
Not again.
Yeah, no, I go for that shot unbuffered like all the time. It's pretty easy, honestly. But yeah, you only have one frame to actually like line up with the chandelier to hit it.
Yeah, the angle is changing really, really rapidly during the backflip, frame to frame. So that does end up being frame perfect, which is surprised you. Well, I mean, it is quick to retry, but still hard to do consistently unbuffered. All right, now he's gonna get the sirloin first try though, right?
So the thing about the sirloin is it's always in the same pot. So if you just like standardize your movement here, you should never miss it.
Oh, you didn't have to say that though. We gotta hype up his good luck.
Sorry.
Yeah, dude, I just had an insane guess.
You just had good RNG.
Perfect RNG in the marathon run. First try rock sirloin.
Everything I was saying about the pot is a lie. So we're gonna see with the movement here. With the sirloin, you can't roll, and obviously just walking is super slow. So we're gonna try to back walk as much as possible here.
Yeah, actually, we never even brought that up. Backwalking is much faster than forward walking in both N64 Zeldas. I believe the speed value of backwalking, it differs from transformation masks to human Link. With transformation masks, is it 9? I don't quite know. I think it's more than double of forward walking though, just a little bit. It's like close to double, if not double itself. The exact values are actually on ZeldaSpeedRuns.com, I believe.
Yes. Yeah, backwalking human Link is 8.25, and Goron backwalking is 9. So it's
Okay.
0.75 faster than human.
I'm owning. Alright.
Yeah, like even if you're not using Goron, over like if you don't have like over really long distances, like any transformation is faster than human. So if you're traveling like a long stretch of land without Goron, but you have like Deku or Zora, like it might be worth to use the other form just because they're all faster than human.
Alright. So we just picked up Don Garo mask from delivering the rock sirloin to that Goron. There's a lot of masks in this game that ultimately do not actually do that much for us. We're just gonna have to collect them for the 100% definition. They might get us like a heart piece or like some like one single check or item at some point in the run, but that like it just ends up being the way that a lot of the masks work in this game. So that we will be using Don Garo, actually. There's like a lot of setup just to get the one thing that mask gets you. So I mean, getting it early is good, so that way you have it for all of the frogs that you're gonna need to talk to throughout the run, since that is done in this cycle.
To answer chat, how good is Bunnyhood actually? It's not good enough to where we go out of the way for it, but when we get it kind of late in the run, but there are places where it's applicable. Like we're gonna use it in Secret Shrine. We're also gonna use it on the Twin Mold Trial on the Moon, and there might be another place I'm not thinking of, but those are like the big two just because they work out with equips and such.
In certain categories, it's used in like ISTT as well.
Yeah.
The problem with Bunnyhood is that it's literally the exact same speed as just backwalking. It's actually not that much faster. Like it's in terms of like a form of movement. It's completely obsoleted by Goron Mask pretty much entirely. And so the only times you're really gonna see Bunnyhood be used is in areas where you need to be human Link for the majority of it, right? So you don't want to be Goron, and like also it's like a lot of turning and jumps and like long you can make use of it for longer stretches where backwalking is less practical. So it's like hyper-specific situations, unfortunately, that Bunnyhood is useful. So you will not be seeing it that much this run. It's really not that valuable in a speed run, despite it making Link run faster.
Yeah, it's like it's never worth going out of your way for. Like we just end up getting it in third cycle when we go to the ranch to get a bonus song, since we're there.
Yeah, and there he just got the room key. So like I said earlier, he was trying to make that in-game time in order to get that, because it's only available from, I think it's like 2 to 410.
150 to 410.
150. It's so weird.
Yep, and then there's like a small window in like the middle where the postman is like talking to Anju, and you can't get it there either. So it's actually like 150 to 210, and then like 230 to 410.
Yeah.
So.
Alright, Dope has to get a 50 Honey and Darling here.
Oh yeah. How practiced are your mini games?
Not practiced enough, apparently. I was set up for a good time, but then I botched the last one.
Ooh, just barely missed.
There's not too much to explain here, but basically the idea is to just try to throw bomb cheese at the targets without spending much time like waiting for them. And like a small thing about it is if you throw a bomb to at one of the corners, it can often go off track and just go elsewhere.
Yeah, it like when it hits the corner, it'll shift the angle like the bomb shoe is traveling at. So it will never go like where you're trying to send it. Basically, if you hit a corner, you always want to send it down the flat paths or the flat sides, I guess. Postman's coming up, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's next few
Yeah.
minutes.
Yeah, Postman's dumb.
Yeah, we should probably introduce that because
Yeah.
a lot of people are familiar with the Postman minigame on like when they played it casually on the English version. And the English version of the Postman minigame and the Japanese version are completely different beasts. The English version, you have a 1/10 of a second window to stop the timer and succeed. The Japanese, it's much smaller. So I'm gonna have to give Dope here like complete room to focus. This is an insanely precise input on the Japanese version. So I'm gonna let him focus here. Oh my god.
Yo, second try.
Yo.
Second try.
Not bad.
Yeah, so
Also, yeah.
do you want me to explain 10.01?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So on the Wii VC version, they kind of messed up timers because for specifically on this one, you have to input the A press at 1/60th of a second, and due to how the emulator works, it's not completely fully understood, but basically occasionally when you press A on the frame that you would get a 10.0, it'll give you a 10.01, so it won't give you the heart piece. And it has to do something with an emulator inaccuracy with WeVC.
Yeah, I believe timers in Majora's Mask are based on console cycle count, which allows them to be like more precise than just like advancing every frame. Like the game is keeping track of them more precisely, so you can actually like hit every single like 100th of a second because of that. And so because there's only 60 frames that you can stop the timer on, but because the timer itself is more precise than just like 60 advances per second, there are some set like frames that you're gonna have two possible results on.
Yeah,
And in every attempt, you can only get one of them because you can only stop it on that frame. That frame is the stopping point. So there
Yeah.
are cases where you'll press A on the perfect frame that you want, like that you should get 10.00, and because of how it works on Wii VC, you will get 10.01. And even though you timed everything perfectly, you fail the minigame. And this doesn't happen in the English version, because in the English version, they made that minigame a lot less precise. I believe it's 2 whole frames that you have that you can stop the timer.
yeah, dope. You should just play on a N64. No more 10.01.
Yeah, so what we're seeing here is a fairy cutscene skip. And it's just a clip, and essentially we start the cutscene and void it at the same time and still get the Great Fairy's mask. And you can tell that you got it because the black bars for the cutscene show up as you void. The thing about this though is you can only do it for rewards that aren't like HUD updates. So like double defense and double magic, you can't skip the cutscenes for because you get them mid cutscene. But things like Great Spin, Great Fairy Mask, and Great Fairy Sword, you can skip the cutscenes for. Did you get them at the start of the cutscene?
Yep. So we will be seeing that a few more times throughout the run. And then something else I should introduce for anyone like unfamiliar with Majora's Mask is this minigame and the Bomb Shoe minigame that Dope played earlier are actually minigames that play into like the 3-day timer of Majora's Mask, where in order to get their final reward that we want for the 100% definition, you actually have to play the minigame 3 times, once on each day of the game's in-game timer. So, like, the 50 rupee reward we got is not what we wanted. But in order to get the eventual final heart piece reward, we actually will need to come back to this area 2 more times. So that will play into how the routing is done, because you need to come back to Clocktown later, right? You need to be there on each day, which forces repeat trips and will change how the route is done. And, like, there's a whole bunch of, like, little in-game time things where, like, you need to be here on this day, you need to be here multiple times on each day, and, like, it does dictate the routing somewhat. But there are very smart ways to, like, work all these in-game time events so that you're doing them all, like, close together.
Yeah, that's an interesting element to the routing, because you just, especially with, like, Clocktown, you want to figure out how you can route all your Clocktown segments to be, like, useful. Like, you do a lot of stuff, and you just are able to get a lot done. So what we just saw there was the Mikau walking cutscene skip. So what Dope did there was he pushed Mikau up to the shore enough to where, like, the walking cutscene wouldn't start immediately, and he pushed him a little bit and went into the loading zone and timed it just so that the walking cutscene would start as he was going through the load zone to Zora Cape. So he just skipped the cutscene completely.
Yeah, Mikau's on like a cycle where he like bobs in and out of the water, and like whenever you push him to the shore, whatever cycle he's on dictates how quickly he gets up. So I basically timed it so when he stands up is when I was already passing through the loading zone.
Oh,
It is a little bit precise.
Can't believe Dope isn't playing the piano.
Dude, I don't have a piano, man.
Get one.
Shoutouts to NUp, who conducts a train during these cutscenes now.
Shout out to Anop who plays Spirit Tracks full time in real life.
No.
Up is a true Spirit Tracks main now.
This isn't how I wanted to see him die. Alright, so now that we have Zora Mask, we're able to access all the areas in Great Bay much more easily, and we are going to end up doing most of the, a good chunk of Great Bay actually right now, just because we're already here, right? So, like, again, like, fitting that theme of, like, while we're in this area and we have everything we need already, we're going to try and do it. And there's not really much in-game time related events here, but there is an important item nearby that we can now access with Zora Mask that will speed up, like, dungeons especially significantly, being the hook shot. So we want to go grab that now. And there's quite a lot going on in Pirate's Fortress, actually, that's, like, really, really interesting. So it is not completed how you might expect.
Yeah, another aspect to the routing of, like, the Zora Egg areas is we're gonna get to this a bit later, but we're only gonna need one Zora Egg, so there's no drawback to just going to Pirate Fortress now and getting the hook shot.
And just for context, there's an item in this game, a Zora Egg, that's normally required to get a song that's required to beat the game, and normally you need 7 of them. Right, so again, like Jess said, we'll only be getting 1 of them and using a glitch in order to circumvent the rest. Alright, so now that we're in Pirate's Fortress, there's these boats going around this outer area. If they catch you, they will throw you out and you'll have to re-enter the area and redo a little bit of movement. So they are rather limited, especially at night. Their vision is very short. So, I mean, Dope's pretty easily going to be able to circumvent them here as long as he doesn't go too fast to get, like, ahead of one of them while he's going up that slope back there. And then he's going to do a hover to skip the sewers portion of Pirate's Fortress and get to the inner part quicker. So if he does this right, it's going to be, like, 2 hovers and then a mega flip. will just barely reach it.
He goes for it unbuffered.
Of course, gets it perfectly, lands there, sticks the landing.
Easy. Yeah, and that just saves. That just saves going through the intended route, which is the sewer. We're gonna go to the sewers, but it's gonna be through a different way.
Yeah, and now the this ends up being a little bit faster than doing the sewers first, and we'll see that we're able to access the item we want in the sewers with another glitch later. And now Dope is actually going to enter this door. Ooh. Got back in the door before he gets caught. This pirate on the Japanese version is actually placed a little bit further back than the English version, apparently, which means that she doesn't catch you right away when you enter the door at night. And then Dope is gonna be able to go around her really quick without getting caught and go shoot the beehive. The timer for that is pretty tight because there's other pirates in that room that move towards you if you're slow, and they will catch you if you don't get the beehive right away. So, did manage to get it, and he can just avoid the cutscene that's normally associated with that and grab hookshot.
Yeah, normally you have to go into the upper room, and if you're doing it intended, there's a whole nother cutscene you can watch. But even if you go to the intended room, there's a way to skip the cutscene up there. Now we're gonna see Dope go into the sewers, and the only thing we want here is the heart piece.
Yeah, he's gonna be doing this is called Reverse Pirate's Fortress. It's a really kind of precise clip through the roof here as Deku. And it just involves voiding out into the little, there's like a little gust of air below that's supposed to push you out if you're trying to swim through it. And it actually, just like the ones in the vent room and Inverted Stone Tower, will cause you to pull out the flowers as Deku. And if you void out at the same time, when you respawn, you'll fly up with the flowers. And so with precise positioning and angle, you can make it so that you can just clip through the corner of the roof and the wall.
Yep, it actually ends up just barely working out. The out of bounds water and the length that you can move with the Deku flowers just barely allows you to reach the heart piece room. So it's really nice that works out. And so you can just barely do that route, which saves I forget exactly how much time that route ends up saving, because you don't have to go through the sewers the intended way, and that would involve hitting the switch to open the cell to the heart piece and whatnot, and then lots of ladder climbing. So that strat was actually found right before the it's actually an older strat by this point. I keep thinking of it as new, but that strat was found in 2016. It's actually a 2016 strat. That's crazy.
It's time for the best part.
Yeah, it's time.
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna be able to fit in my nap.
Yeah, beavers.
All right.
Yeah, so beavers it's 4 races you have to do, 2 for an empty bottle, and then 2 for a heart piece. The problem with beavers is that there's not much going on. The only optimizations you can do are diving in between rings, but other than that, there's not much you can do in this, and it takes a while.
I believe in He's gonna do super swim beavers.
Oh, true.
Super swim.
Yeah, I've totally been practicing that.
He's gonna do super swim beavers for sure.
Nah, but super swim beavers is insanely precise and requires I don't think I would struggle to ever imagine anyone actually performing it, even isolated from a normal run. It's way too precise, requires you to maintain a super swim for a really long stretch. So, unfortunately, Beavers is destined to never actually be an interesting part of the run. He's just gonna have to go through these rings, through the entire course, twice, to get a bottle, and then he's gonna do the exact same thing again, twice, to get a heart piece. So there's gonna be 4 races overall. It's not hard. The optimizations are minimal. Mistakes can certainly happen, but I mean, they don't waste that much time if they do happen. Okay, I guess the only thing worth mentioning that's like really interesting about beavers is a lot of people do not know that the beaver course changes from day to day. So again, playing into the in-game time. So actually, the fastest beaver course is day 2 beaver course, I believe. Day 2 beaver course is 5 seconds faster than the next fastest beaver course, which I believe is day 1. I think, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's day 2, day 1, and then day 3, I believe.
Okay. So you like, even though day 2 is fastest, because we're in Great Bay now, we end up actually opting for the slightly slower beaver course, just because it's gonna mean that we end up, I believe when the rerouting was done that moved when beavers was done, it ended up cutting out like Song of Soarings, which ended up being more valuable overall. So that is ultimately why we do a suboptimal beavers day. Just because we're here now, it's gonna cut out Song of Soarings later in the run. So you get a couple extra seconds of beavers as a result.
Yeah.
Isn't it JP as well, where if you beat the beaver, it does something weird? Doesn't it like make you fail the minigame or something?
Oh, is it JP or English?
I think it's English.
Is it English?
I think it's English. I think. Yeah. Yeah, if you get ahead of the beaver, and then you miss a ring on JP, the minigame doesn't end on JP until you and the beaver are at the end of the course. But on English, if you reach the end of the course, it will automatically end the minigame. And if you haven't hit every ring, it will restart the minigame on you. So, like, even if you were trying to, like, turn around because you missed the last ring, you actually just get owned by the change that they made on English.
Basically, the developers behind beavers are sick individuals.
Not as sick as whoever put it in the game in the first place.
True.
It would have been really nice if one race gave you the bottle and one race gave you the heart piece, and we could save 4 minutes of our lives not doing this, but, I believe that this section of the run takes up 7 minutes of the run. Like, you have already been watching beavers for 3.5 minutes, believe it or not. I know, you really want that time from your life back. But unfortunately,
we're gonna do the same thing again, except I think that the timer is a little more restricted, but it doesn't matter. But
yeah.
we're doing the exact same thing 2 more times right now.
I just love the thought process behind it. We got 2 possible rewards, 2 beavers, 4 races. Because why not?
Really had to, pad the game out. Didn't have enough content already. It's already got a longer 100% than OOT. 7 minutes of beavers? Absolutely. Absolutely. Love it. Love it. Favorite part of the run right here. It really doesn't get better than this. I'm gonna be honest. You guys are witnessing the high point of the run right now. Right?
Exactly.
It's all downhill from here.
This is the greatest part. Optimizing your Zora dolphin dives. Truly entertaining content.
You want to talk about Zora dives, actually?
Oh, I mean, as far as, like, movement is concerned, yeah, we haven't actually addressed that. Zora, like, Dope is diving out of the water constantly as Zora, which may seem suboptimal, right, because he's not just traveling in a straight line, but Zora Link actually accelerates whenever he leaves the water. So it's actually optimal to keep diving out of the water to take advantage of that acceleration, which ends up saving time over just swimming straight by quite a bit. You can actually compare it yourself by just picking, like, a long straight stretch and, like swimming, like, timing yourself swimming straight and then, like, diving. The difference is actually really significant. Like, you can't really tell because it's for such short periods, but dolphin dives save a lot of time over the course of the run in terms of movement. Like, the acceleration is pretty significant.
Yeah, I'm also trying to keep my dives, like, pretty narrow. Like, if you go, like, too straight up, you actually end up losing a lot of that momentum you carry out of the water.
Just ends up being inefficient movement. So, like, you want to try... When you're diving, you don't want to... Especially if you're coming from, like, really low in the water, you don't want to be holding, like, straight down. Or else you're just going to go, like, way up and not really get much distance at all.
All right. I know you are completely enthralled by the spectacular gameplay on screen right now, but I must warn you, it's all coming to an end because this is the final Beaver race. All right, after this, you will not be seeing it again. All right, I'm sure a lot of you will be able to relive this moment and maybe even capture, all right, the same excitement you felt watching it the first time on YouTube. But,
In your nightmares.
in your nightmares too.
Enjoy the final moments of Majora's Mask, greatest section.
Hopefully, with
That's
Nintendo Switch
amazing.
Online, they bring this to online multiplayer.
Online beaver racing. We're gonna have online Goron racing and online beaver racing. It's gonna be great.
Oh, but online Goron racing would be sick though.
That would actually be sick.
That would actually be really cool if they did that. I mean, you'd actually have to like work to implement that though, but it's not gonna happen.
I feel like racing a bunch of 10-year-olds in Goron race would still somehow be less chaotic than the AI that they have in this game.
Probably. They probably wouldn't have rubber banding.
Probably not.
No. It'd be kind of cool though if they gave you control of a Goron that has like the rubber banding going on, so you just like all of a sudden have a Goron that's going like 5 million miles an hour. Have you ever seen them on the map?
Yes.
When they speed
Yeah.
up, it's like actually obscene how fast they go when they're rubber banding. Like I'm pretty sure. I don't even think they move that fast if you can see them, because there's like no way they can make that look okay.
Yeah.
Hey, can I quickly read a donation?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, one donation from Dope's #1 fan donating $25 and saying, "Good luck, Dope." Thank you so much. And also an anonymous $50 donation. You might be anonymous, but we are still very, very grateful. Thank you so much. We're only $388 away from the actual final goal of the most successful ZSR event of all time. I'm pretty sure we can make it. You all are amazing. Thank you.
I don't know, that Dope's #1 fan might be fraudulent though, because I didn't donate that $50. No, thank you very much.
Yeah, so Trav mentioned this earlier, but even though we don't get the wallet from Oceanside, we still need this heart piece.
Yep, and I need to shout out myself, because that is like one of the only strats I've ever come up with, is that mask clip right there. Just, quick flex. That's like my only contribution to this category. I feel compelled to mention it.
Yeah, normally, obviously, you have to guess the mask code. Or, like, the true intended strat is you talk to the Style Children in the Oceanside Spider House with the captain's hat, and they tell you, like, certain parts of the code.
Yeah, I believe 100% glitchless actually still has to guess the code, right? Because there's no way to circumvent it. But there used to be actually different rules for how the codes were handled. The Spider House code, like the masks to open up the path to that heart piece, and also the code to give you access to Bomber's notebook, or like Bomber's hideout, and thus Bomber's notebook, are actually generated upon file creation. And so you can technically create a file, copy it, and then open up one of them. And then you would be able to go into the copied file, find out those codes, and then you could just keep copying that file over and over again. And you'd always know those codes. And that actually used to be allowed in 100% runs. So 100% runs back in like 2016, 2017 were done. And like 2016, 2017, and even earlier. Were all done this way, where you'd keep reusing the same file over and over and over. But eventually, this ended up getting changed just because people. I mean, it's certainly like a gray, like it's very iffy. It's like not necessarily agreed upon whether or not that would be allowed. Generally, the consensus is nowadays that should not be allowed. Because it just promotes like an environment where like everyone has to try and optimize those codes, because there are certain codes that are like faster to enter than others, and so.
I believe.
Trev, we have a problem.
We do.
You said you are Dope's #1 fan. You got called out in chat, so the problem is you either put your money where your mouth is, or you can't be Dope's #1 fan.
Oh no, that's true. Yotsugi calling me out. Unfortunately, I may not be able to one-up Yotsugi, so I may actually have to defer the title of Dope's #1 fan since I've been called out.
Oh no.
Tragic, really.
I've been
You are-
defeated!
You'll have to be Dope's #2 fan.
Oh, Yotsugi's even got the dope emotes. I don't even think I have
You
those
don't
right
even
now.
have
I'm
a
actually
sub, bro. You're
I am
Wow.
literally being exposed as a fake fan live on stream.
Trev was calling Dope's #1 fan a fraud, but I think Trev is the real fraud here at this point.
I set myself up. Alright. So, picking up where the run is right now, we're doing a lot of heart pieces that Dope needs to set up and collect in Termina Field right now. And so just because we're in the area now, crossing it to go to I believe we are going back to Clocktown, so just on the way back to Clocktown, we're kind of like taking a little roundabout path, collecting a bunch of heart pieces. There's these 4 grottos throughout Termina Field that have these gossip stones on them, and you can, once you turn them all one color by playing certain songs for them, they'll give you a heart piece. So he's collecting some of those now, and then he's going to do some of them later as well. We're not going to get all 4 now, because they're on all 4 separate quadrants of the Termina Field. So they're spread out enough that you just kind of collect them throughout the run as you pass them, rather than just going all at once. And then he also got the Deku Scrub heart piece, like the Sales Scrub. And if you tell the Sales Scrub offers to sell you the piece of heart for 150 rupees. But if you say no, then the Scrub will actually lower the price down to 100, which is really nice for rupee routing.
This trick that he's going to do right now is the first letter recovery, which is a very notorious trick in this run. And so he's going to do an equip swap, which is a frame perfect trick at 30 FPS, and if he fails it, then he loses, like, I think it's a little under a minute. And it's in order to dupe the letter that he got from Andrew there in the midnight meeting, in order to get both the toilet hand heart piece and to deliver it for the side quest, and he missed it there, unfortunately.
Yeah, so he's gonna be a backup that he's gonna do to get toilet paper for the toilet heart piece.
Yeah, optimally you actually do the letter recovery at the toilet hand, but if you mess that up, your run is basically dead.
Yeah.
Because you have to move Andrew Cafe. And here he's going to do a different type of collection delay as well, which is very similar to the one that he did to dupe the wallet. That's a alternative form where you use a Goron pound to get collection delay. And he does that in order to skip a cutscene there, just to reduce the time loss of missing letter recovery.
Yeah. Letter recovery, like you said, is like a very notorious trick. You only get one try. It's frame perfect at 30 FPS, notably because the trick when you're performing it happens on the pause screen, and the pause screen actually increases the frame rate of Majora's Mask. Normally the game runs at 20 FPS, but the pause menu actually runs at 30.
And the title screen runs at 60 as well.
Yeah. Unless you're playing Mask Quest, in which case it runs at 5.
So equip swap, I don't know exactly the technicals or how to explain it, but when you place your cursor on an item, like the game just keeps that stored. And when you go to a menu and then go back, if you have an item on like up left or like up right, and you hit that direction and your designated button on the same frame on one specific frame, you're able to dupe the item that your cursor was on when you were in the menu originally. And so even when Dope gave away the letter, he put his cursor on it and then moved a few menus. So even though he gave the letter away, the game thought it was still in his inventory. so he had an opportunity to dupe it, but if he failed, it's just gone.
Yeah. Something else Dope did actually that I should bring up is when he gave away the title deed to Toilet Hand, he actually equip swapped the deed over his Ocarina slot and a bottle over the deed slot. And having a bottle over the deed slot means that even though he gave away deed, he is then able to empty something out of the bottle or put something in the bottle. Basically, update the bottle's contents, and the game, because the bottle is associated with the deed slot, he's actually able to keep a bottle in that slot, which is going to be useful later, just have an item in that top right slot, because it makes it easy to equip swap later, having that bottle. So you see that even though he gave away the deed, there's still a bottle in that slot, and that will remain that way, basically for the rest of the cycle.
One thing that I've seen people ask as well is why you can't just equip swap letter and then, you know, have 2 letters equipped. And the unfortunate thing about Majora's Mask is when you give away trade quest items like that, it has like a whole inventory check, I believe, because it could be in any slot on the right. So it'll actually remove both from your C buttons, and you won't be able to use it, so you have to do the letter recovery there.
So we're gonna see the first, yeah, this is the first weird shot, I believe. So Dope is gonna roll into the bomb on a set of 2 frames and pull the hook shot. The sequence of inputs is a little bit more specific than that, but basically by rolling into the bomb, pulling hook shot, and untargeting at certain timings, he's actually able to perform something called an A-slide and ultimately dislocate the first-person camera to beneath the ground or in front of him. Either one would work, and thus he can fire the hook shot kinda through the walls because he's firing from a spot that's already out of bounds.
Yeah, it's just another one of the weird properties of having the speed from the bomb and using it on iframes. Like the camera just like whacks out when you pull hook shot or bow at certain times there. Or not even that, just like when you're if you like have target held, the camera can just whack out and go in weird places, and you can exploit that.
So now Dope is going to get the fire arrows, which are probably the most useful elemental arrows in the game. I mean, light arrows are useful in their own way too, but I feel like fire arrows probably has the most applications. It's required at certain points that you can beat the game without it, but the way of doing so is very, very bad because of how you'd have to melt Goat, but...
I don't know what you mean, ice arrows are super useful.
I was about to say,
yeah.
But
Course,
Trev, what about the ice arrows, man? Come on.
Ice arrows look very nice. They're very pretty.
I think we use ice arrows a single time in this run.
Yeah, is it still for
Twice, actually.
Yeah.
Twice.
Ooh.
I know for Fisherman game, what else do you use it for?
Gecko.
Oh,
3
yeah.
times,
yeah,
actually.
I forgot about. Is there another
You
one?
freeze the waterfall, remember? Great Bay? You get up to the second to last fairy,
That's true.
or the boss.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
More useful than OT ice arrows.
True.
Still
I think
not very
OT ice-
useful.
Yeah, like OT ice arrows are actually just useless.
Yeah. Alright, this is actually the first instance that you've probably seen Dope wear this mask is the Great Fairy Mask. And the way this mask works is Dope actually has to collect 15 stray fairies in every single dungeon. There's actually one inside this chest, so you'll see what it looks like. But you need to collect all 15 of them for a reward that a Great Fairy gives you after the dungeon. And so we didn't complete Woodfall, so this is the first dungeon we're actually going to be completing in its entirety. So Dope is going to be looking to get all 15 of them by the end of the dungeon. And the Great Fairy Mask, if there are any stray fairies in the room, its hair will glow. So you'll see like the pink dots kind of coming from the hair, and that lets you know that there's a stray fairy in the room. And then also, if the stray fairy is not trapped in a chest or in a bubble, it will automatically fly to you so that you can collect it. Which also speeds up collecting quite a few stray fairies. There's several throughout the run in the game that if you do not have this mask, it'll be very hard to collect them. because they're out of the way. Like, it's basically intended that you collect them with this mask. Like, that one right there would be a pain if you didn't have the mask. Like, you could still do it, but you'd have to, like, get up there using Zora mask.
Most of the fairies actually don't require the mask at all, but we need it for 100%, and it just is super convenient. So like, there's no reason to avoid it.
There's only like a few outright that like casually you were basically required to use this mask. Like, there's actually one coming up in this room that casually would be basically impossible to collect, because there's one in the ceiling here that he just hit the bubble with hookshot, and you need Great Fairy Mask to get that one to come down to you. Technically, you could hover up to it with glitches, but casually,
it's hovering up there's just not fast either.
Yeah.
Having GFM also avoids a bunch of dumb stuff when you open chests with fairies in them, because without the mask, they don't like instantly like go to you. They kind of like run around the chest.
I think that's only when you're not human. I think as human, they always come to you instantly.
Yeah, yeah.
And then you can't wear the Great Fairy Mask as the transformations.
If only.
Alright. So we're nearing the end of this dungeon. A couple more. Thankfully, there's a couple stray fairies actually just within these Dinolfos here. And then we just need the last two. And then at that point, Dope is going to head to Go, because he already has everything else. So like every dungeon, there's a couple things we need to collect, right? We need to get all 15 stray fairies for the fairy reward. You need to get the dungeon map and compass, the dungeon item, and then other than that, like that satisfies basically all the 100% requirements at that point. The 15 stray fairies themselves do require that you visit most of the dungeon. Like, you can't skip all of it because of them. And then, unlike OT, this game's 100% definition does require every map and compass because they stick with you when you play Song of Time.
And coming up here, we're gonna see the first boss key skip. There's only Woodfall is the only dungeon where getting the boss key is fast, mostly because doing the boss key skip requires quite a few explosives generally.
Or milk, but
yeah,
not fast in this route.
Yep, so using a recoil flip, he's able to just get enough speed to kind of clip into the acute angle there that the walls meet at, and then just jump to the load zone around the door. Skip getting the boss key. And now, for the goat fight, most people casually would have beaten this boss using probably Goron mask and like chasing him around using spikes. But you can actually take advantage of the way Goat's AI works to get a really quick kill here using arrows. Basically, if you chase Goat around a corner but he goes out of sight, he'll turn around and start to fire lightning at you. And so what Dope's gonna do here is he's gonna line up an arrow, and he can actually just barely shoot Goat around the corner without triggering the lightning. He's gonna side hop out once to trigger the lightning once, so that Goat doesn't run at him, because if you don't like appear around the corner, Goat will eventually run at you like that. But he just needs more time to get enough arrows, and I mean, that was perfectly done.
Yeah, ideally, you end, like, your last arrow shot is when he starts running at you. Because if you shoot your last arrow before he starts running, he's gonna go the completely wrong way, and you have to put on Goron and roll quite a ways to get to the heart container and the warp. So normally your last cycle of arrows is either 10 shots or 11 shots. Doing anything less is pretty inefficient and slow.
We did 159 for years. Alright, so this cutscene that Dope is watching right now, there's one of these after every single dungeon. This first one in basically every category you do have to watch, just because you learn Oath to Order in it, and that's the song that will be required to access the moon at the end of the run. In other categories, you can actually normally skip the Giants cutscenes using a glitch called Song Storage, but in this run, we will not be skipping any of them, because I mean, if we use song storage and use Song of Time, it's gonna reset like all of our 3-day cycle basically, which is gonna reset like a lot of the events we're setting up and the in-game time events we're working towards, as well as like most dungeons have like events that are only accessible after the dungeon is beaten, because the area around the dungeon will change into like a cleared state where like new items might be available, like certain heart pieces and whatnot, so like new mini games and stuff. So unfortunately we will not be skipping any of these cutscenes in this run. But that is a thing that you might be familiar with from other Majora's Mask runs. And I believe coming up next, now that we've beaten Snowhead Temple, gonna do Goron Race, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
First try, right, for the marathon?
Yeah, for the marathon. Totally.
Yeah, we're gonna see all the post Snowhead content, which is the Twin Islands Heart Piece and Goron Race. We're also going to get the Razor Sword, which you don't need it to be spring, but obviously it just works out this way.
Yeah, so now that it's springtime, like I said, there's like a whole bunch of events now that are available now that it's springtime. I mean, technically you can access some of them if you leave Snowhead with fire arrows, but obviously like really, really inefficient to do so if you can just beat Snowhead and access them anyway without it. So, like just said, we're going to be upgrading Sword, getting a heart piece, and then Goron Race. Now, Goron Race is a notorious part of the run. I like to argue with people that Goron Race is mostly skill.
It's definitely mostly skill. It's
yes.
not very much RNG at all.
Yes. Like, so you're going to be racing 4 AI Gorons, and the AI Gorons, do, like, experience rubber banding. So if they're very far ahead of you, they will slow down, and if they're very far behind you, they will speed up. Their AI, once you've raced them a lot, you can kind of see patterns in them. They typically, showcase, like, a lot of the same behavior over multiple races. So if you've done the race many, many times, you can actually, anticipate a lot of what they'll do and, like, preemptively, like, make decisions and, like, put yourself in safe spots. Because if the Gorons hit you at certain parts of the racetrack, you will lose your speed. And if you lose your speed at the very end, that's basically a race loss. And the thing about Goron Race is every time you lose, especially if you lose right at the end rather than earlier on, you will lose a minute and a half. So it's a pretty crucial part of the run if you want, like, a really, really good time, to make sure that you're getting Goron Race first try in most cases. And someone who's, like, really, really experienced with Goron Race will still probably never win 100% of the time. Because there are some situations that are extremely hard to play out. But basically, the Gorons themselves are random, they are RNG, but experienced runners can react to them and anticipate what they're gonna do based off their positions to put themselves, to, like, really increase their chances of winning. Right? So I think Dope is, he generally wins, right? He is more experienced with the race. I very rarely see him fail, but, you know, I mean, it is a marathon, so anything could happen. And no one wins the race, like, 100% of the time.
Yeah, like, it's mostly skill, but there is the element of you're never going to win every single time, no matter what.
Sometimes the Gorons are just out to get you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's, like, a lot of, like, weird shenanigans that can happen, like, on the bridge where they hit, like, the post and they just turn 180 at you.
Yeah.
I hate that.
That's the most tilting thing in this game.
But as Trev was saying, like, when you start getting good at the race and you start, like, standardizing your movement there, like, you're gonna notice spots where they will often tail you, and, like, it's something that you end up being able to play off of.
Speaking of Goron Race, Butter gave me a ROM hack that has, like, a Goron Race variant with, like, 12 Gorons. Anyone want to race it?
That sounds terrible.
I think he
remember
put as many Gorons in it that could be there without it crashing.
Yeah, I remember Jimmy messed with it. He tried to put 17 Gorons in, obviously, because Jimmy, but it just crashed the game.
That's what we should be showcasing, alright? This insane Goron race.
Oh yeah, something dumb with these bridges is there's like a pixel where you can like slip, and if you have the keg, you'll drop the keg, and if you're near the Wolfos can blow up the keg. So generally, if you want to be really safe, you can throw it, but there is like relatively consistent movement you can do to try to avoid the bridge pixel.
Yeah. And if you drop the keg, it's not the Wolfos can blow up the keg, it's the Wolfos will blow up the keg. By the way.
Oh,
It
what?
always-
Just always? Okay.
It just always runs into it. I don't think I've ever dropped the keg and it hasn't run into it.
I thought it was always, but like I didn't want to say with certainty, but yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there's like a situation where it won't. It's probably based off your movement and the Wolfos' AI, but like the movement you do seems to always result in the Wolfos running into it the majority of the time. Alright, this is the one moment where we're gonna call for spam of the chat, alright? We're gonna need some if you have a Goron emote, we're gonna need some Goron, and if you have, I don't know, what other types of emotes would be appropriate, alright? We need spam, alright, so that Dope wins this race. This is critical part, alright? We need, every time Dope loses this, it's a minute and a half.
I have this.
Why is that not on ZSR? Alright.
I don't know.
So, the one thing to note, like, Dope's doing pretty good right now. He's ahead of all the Gorons. Ooh, they bonked him into the wall.
Oh.
So,
no.
being knocked over here isn't the end of the world.
Yeah.
Because it's still the middle of the race, and when they get ahead of you, they slow down eventually. So he should be able to catch back up here. It's not the end of the world, but he can't be knocked down.
Ooh.
Okay, this is a little bit scary. He might
Yeah.
still be able to do it if he cuts the corners close, but he's towards the end of the race now. He has less time to catch up. This is going to be close. Should still be possible because the front runner is going on the outside path, so he can cut on the inside here.
Yes, looks decent.
And they might try to pass him here at the end, but other than that...
Yeah.
Oh, no!
I got
No!
sniped, dude.
Yeah, that's rubber banding for you.
I literally couldn't do anything there. Like, I probably could have knocked him out of the way, but it was hard to gauge where he was. So that really wasn't my fault entirely.
Yeah, like losing spikes like early on in the middle is fine, but when you get when the Gorons aren't nice on that bridge, then it can be pretty sketchy.
Dope, just quickly, did you cancel the Discord stream on purpose?
Oh, we're supposed to be watching. Oh, that makes sense.
I've been watching the
we-
restream the whole time.
Same.
Like, we've been watching the restream because there's no... Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that wasn't planned. I don't know if Dope can just start the Discord stream at some point. Because right now you're actually like a good 15 seconds behind him. Yeah,
Okay,
that's a lot better. Thank you.
Okay.
He started with one, right? He definitely had one at the beginning.
Alright, we got it now.
All right, cool. Sorry about that, folks. Now I interrupted everybody. I hope I can still get in to read a couple donations, because that's why I came in, actually.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right. So actually, we are only $200 away, not even $190, which is amazing. And second, thank you so much to AbbyNormal33 for $45, Din for $50, saying $50 more for Trashcam KEKW. Really important, the KEKW. And Witch on Twitch for $100. Okay, that's a name that speaks for itself. Thank you all so much for your donations. We are so close. I'm so proud right now. And now the comms gonna be on sync again. Sorry about that.
Dope hit the L statue, no.
Dude, right,
Wow.
my index warp is gone.
Alright, so yeah, Index Warp is no longer going to be used in this run. Dope did, like we mentioned earlier, he did have to eventually hit that owl statue, and it is Stone Tower just because that owl statue was the most out of the way. Alright. So
before Dope entered Stone Tower, we saw our first instance of time stop, which is where there are a few ways to do it. You can use like a bomb or a bottle, but you use a cutscene item to end up constantly in a cutscene state. And with that, Dope was able to walk onto the LG block before it moved away, and then he canceled the state, and then he moved back along with it.
yeah, and right there, as the bomb exploded onto that crystal switch back there, he actually opened the chest at the same time to kind of get the two cutscenes playing at once, so he was able to skip the chest opening cutscene just by having it happen at the same time. And now going down here, he's actually going to jump slash, and if he gets the anti-grav, or like I think it's an anti-grav, right, in order to end up
It
there?
is, yeah.
Yeah,
A really short one. He's able to end up there, not have to hook shot up. Just saves a small amount of time. Nice recoil flip.
Yeah, and this is a precise recoil known as Petrie flip, because Petrie's the one who found it. I believe you have two frames for the backflip, and the angle for it is pretty precise. It's kind of a notch dependent thing. Some people have a good upright notch for it, but others have to see up because of how precise it is.
Alright, so he's going to pick up his first small key here, and this is going to be useful for the door, and then he's going to Zora Void just to get back to the top area. Since he traveled through the ceiling, he can actually return to the door, since he never took the stairs. Saves a little bit of time there. And you're going to see another instance of a glitch he's used a couple times, but like, if an enemy is really, really close to a wall, or if something hook-shotable is really, really close to a wall, like that BMOS back there, you can actually fire your hook shot with the enemy to the right of you, and you'll kind of just clip right through the wall because of the way the hook shot attaches to the enemy at that angle.
Someone's asking about breaking the razor sword. It's really hard to do.
Hey, I've done it though.
Yeah.
How?
There was like a reroute that happened, and I kept telling everybody, like, oh, we have Razor Sword for a longer part of the run, but it's okay, because, like, you know, you have Yeah, I jinxed it. But Razor Sword basically has 100 slashes before it breaks, and spin slashes do not count to that total. If you collide with like an enemy or anything with a spin slash, it does not deplete your available slashes. So if Dope is ever worried about running out of slashes on his Razor Sword, he can just use like primarily spin slashes, and it should never break.
Nice bomb RNG. So I would say with ST2, compared to Snowhead, we're gonna see a pretty big increase in the difficulty. Like, we're gonna do a lot of weird shots and just generally harder tricks than Snowhead.
Speaking of, you can weird shot crash here if you're not careful, so hopefully it is not.
Where I shared my secret strat.
That's right.
If Dope crashed there, it would have been my fault, because he was doing what I do.
Trying to weird shot, like if you run into a wall when you're trying to weird shot, it can potentially crash your game.
Yeah, it's like some weird property of like being near a wall, like facing it.
There's like one frame where Link's model distorts, and if you pull hookshot on that frame, the game just crashes. Like, Link's model just breaks, I believe. We cannot put Link back together at that point. Nice Garo Master. Pretty simple boss fight. He just kind of... His pattern is very, very simple. He'll just, like, always... Sometimes he'll teleport behind you, but beyond that, he just, like, kind of dashes at you with his swords every once in a while. And because MM rolls have roll invincibility, you can just kind of roll into the swords and then stab him over and over. We are using a glitch in this run, Dope is, called Power Crouch Stab. It's actually only usable in the Japanese version of Majora's Mask. It exists in Ocarina of Time too, in like all versions of it. But in Majora's Mask, it only exists in the Japanese version, because by the time the English version of Majora's Mask came out 6 months after the Japanese release, they had patched it. And what Power Crouch Stab does is it allows your Crouch Stab to take on the value of the last slash you performed. So, like, whatever damage value it has, like a Jump Slash has the most damage value for, like, any sword, your crouch stab will take on that value and will also do jump slash damage. Which is just like a lot easier to use because the slash itself is faster. Wait, Igor super slide? Oh no!
Oh.
Dude, I messed it up.
Also, PCS takes on the properties of whatever weapon you were using. So, like, something to note is that, like, sticks don't work on Odawa. So if you do a stick jump slash and try to crouch stab with that, it won't work either. Just like the stick wouldn't work.
Yeah, and I think it actually affects like the size of the hitbox as well, because if you store like a sword jump slash and then try to crouch stab Majora Incarnation with it, it stops hitting after 2. But stick can keep hitting because stick has more reach. So I think it also affects the size of the hitbox, but I'm not 100% on that. But I have noticed inconsistencies on how different weapons power crouch stab will work on Majora's Incarnation specifically. Because Majora's Incarnation's hitbox is like, when Incarnation is standing up, the hitbox is like not really at the feet, it's like higher. So that is a weird thing, I guess. Alright, we're almost wrapped up with Stone Tower Temple here. This is gonna be the compass chest. So at this point, Dope has the map and the compass. He's picked up the light arrows, which helps navigating the temple, makes it a lot easier. And then with light arrows, he's going to be able to come over here, do a hover, and hit an underwater sun switch. And that's just going to spawn another chest that has a fairy in it.
Yeah, normally with this switch, you hit it in ISTT, and you have to come back here to grab the chest later. But with this hover, we can just shoot it in the air and just get the chest now.
Yeah, I think casually they want you to reinvert. I think it's just 1 extra time, right? Because you have to like shoot stuff in STT for ISTT, and vice versa.
Yeah. But with all these glitches, we can cut out all of that and just do 1 STT and 1 ISTT trip, thankfully.
I believe a Hundo Glitchless actually does have to like invert the temple and then go back to normal and then invert it again, because there's no way to circumvent certain fairies that like you have to spawn in inverted Stone Tower Temple and then return to the normal form. But thankfully with glitched categories, we actually are able to get every single fairy with only 1 inversion. And right here you're gonna see a trick called Extended Bow, where Dope is going to be able to get the bow inside the wall a little bit and fire from a little bit farther forward than Link's actual position, just so that he can hit the red crystal switch from behind, rather than having to like move the blocks in order to uncover it. And so then we're going to start up Inverted Stone Tower Temple, which is a little bit shorter than regular Stone Tower Temple, because all that's left before Dope is done with this dungeon, I believe he has 10 stray fairies right now. So he's missing 5, and other than that, he's got everything. Inverted Stone Tower Temple has its own dungeon item as well. It has Giant's Mask.
Giant's Mask.
Yep. So it's
Which
just
is kind of just on the way, though, so it's not really...
Yep.
Not too big of a deal. Most out-of-the-way thing in ISTT here is going to be this Wizrobe Stray Fairy.
So right here, Dope is looking to do a sideways long jump in order to skip a large portion of Inverted Stone Tower Temple. There we go. And that means he, like, in order to get to this position, he'd have to go all the way around, so this just saves a little bit of time. There are other ways to get here, but that does save probably almost a minute, actually, if he wants to get to this position, because you'd have to use, like, those Deku flowers that was just on the right, and do the glitchless strat. And this is all just to get, like, the whole point of getting to this side of the temple is there's unfortunately just, like, 1 stray fairy over here that you have to sidetrack for. Like, all the other stray fairies, like, everything else is on the other side of the dungeon. So, there's just this 1 stray fairy that you get from killing this Wizrobe. And we didn't comment it on the first Wizrobe on Snowhead, but Dope's going to be looking to do a cutscene skip. After this second light arrow, Wizrobe is going to look to initiate a cutscene, but Dope can frame, well, not frame perfectly. I think it's 2 frames, but unfortunately he missed it. If he shot the light arrow right as Wizrobe attempted to start that cutscene, he could actually interrupt it and damage Wizrobe. And he'd have to do it twice, but if he got it, then Wizrobe would just die outright without ever playing that cutscene.
Yeah, the timing is a bit weird with the light arrow since you have to wait for the arrow to travel compared to just like punching with Goron. It's like it's something you have to get used to.
Yeah. And with Goron Punch, there's so many active frames that the timing is more lenient in that regard as well. Like, you're already next to Wizrobe, and there's like several active frames of the punch because the punch is so slow. Alright, so now we're gonna see a trick where Dope can actually open an upside down treasure chest that will allow him to skip uninverting the temple. Which obviously saves a lot of time, because if he has to uninvert the temple, he's gonna have to re-invert it as well just to reach the boss. So if he can get on top of it with a hover like that, he can actually open it from on top, and the fairy will fly to him with Great Fairy's Mask. You'll notice it's actually upside down.
And the fairy's gonna stay upside down. It's pretty good.
For some reason, too, that chest works differently between English and JP. I think it probably has to do with, like, English versus JP ledges or something.
Yeah, I don't know why. Like, that's definitely a good explanation. I don't know. It's really, like, I've never really thought about it. But, so, like, to get on top of the chests, on JP, you have to, like, slash on top of them, and on English, you have to, like, use shield an explosion to get on top of them.
Yeah.
So we're gonna see Dope open a flaming chest here, like he did in STT right before Garo Master. Yeah. And he did a setup there so that if he were to fail it, he wouldn't fall off. He would grab the ledge instead.
Yeah. When he hook shots to that chest, he has 1 frame to open it before the fire ring knocks him away. Alright, and this is basically wrapping up Stone Tower Temple, because this chest has Giant's Mask, and Dope already has all 15 stray fairies as well.
Yep, now we're just gonna get the boss key skip. And then the hardest boss.
1 cycle red, let's see it.
I'm gonna try, man. We'll see.
So, Dope is looking like he's going to do a weird shot here just because he's running rather low on explosives. So he's going to sidetrack down here just because there's a pot that has 1 bomb drop. He can also collect some arrows to make sure he's topped off for the Twin Mold fight. Not strictly necessary. I think the count is usually high enough now, but it's very good because killing both Twin Molds can, depending on how many magic arrows you hit, could end up taking like around like half your arrows or even more if you miss too many elemental arrows.
Yeah, I also wasted a lot of bombs in normal STT, so...
Yeah, bomb count in this part of the run is really precise, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. If you play your bombs perfectly, you'll have like 2 left over after after the fairy fountain, after some tower.
Yeah, so that boss key skip was another instance of a ground clip, similar to the one in the Donga Grotto earlier in the run.
Alright, so we're going to be doing the entire Twin Mold fight here with arrows. We do have Giant's Mask, but actually, unless you get really, really insane luck, it's very, very hard to get a Giant's Mask fight that's faster than most runners' arrows fight. It is competitive, it's worth considering, but most runners opt for arrows just because they get more consistent fast times, since it's a little bit less dependent on RNG. And then also something worth mentioning, the Twin Molds actually have elemental weaknesses to the different arrows, if one of you want to like elaborate on that.
Yeah, I can. So red and blue are vulnerable to their opposite color arrows, so red is vulnerable to ice and blue is vulnerable to fire, but light arrows still do increased damage to both. It's just not near the scale of the actual weakness. I believe it's 2 times damage for.
No, it's 1.5. All 3 elemental arrows default to 4 damage, but fire arrows on blue does 6, and ice arrows on red does 6.
Okay.
Which is actually why bomb 3 fire arrows kills perfectly, right? Because bomb is 2 damage, and then 3 fire arrows is 18. Looking a little lost there, Dope.
Ran in a circle for that heart container.
Yeah, the heart that heart container always spawns in the same spot. So ideally you have like a queue of where to stand when you're shooting the last twin mold, and you just end up on the heart container. The thing about the blue warp is that it takes some time for you to actually like use them. So like you can stand on them super early, but they won't do anything for a second. But if you're standing on the heart container, it works out perfectly to where you grab the heart container and then you end up on the warp pretty much as soon as it's usable.
Yeah, actually, just to elaborate on something in chat, they didn't know about the elemental twin mold weaknesses. There's actually a lot of enemies in this game that have elemental weaknesses or elemental resistances. Because notably, like Big Pose, they take half damage from fire and ice arrows. They only take 2 damage. Goat, I believe, only takes half damage from fire arrows. And maybe ice arrows as well. I don't think I've ever tried. There's like a lot of enemies that will take half damage from certain elemental arrows, and a lot of enemies who will take enhanced damage from certain elemental arrows. That pops up on quite often, I think, actually. Which is
almost like Pokemon.
Very simplified Pokemon.
So coming up here, we're going to see another Great Fairy cutscene skip to get the Great Fairy sword. And the setup is going to be exactly the same because all the fairy fountains are the same, I believe.
They're like kind of the same. There's like slight.
I've heard there's like, I don't remember exactly what the difference was, but I've heard there's some weird difference with some of them. I don't know what it is though, but it's not one that affects the setup for this.
Yeah. I think what it is, it's like they didn't line up the collision exact on some of them or something. It's really weird.
Yeah, because when you try to do the jump onto the pillar, on like any of them that aren't the woodfall one, it just like works differently. Like you need to see up differently. It's so annoying. So like I definitely can attest to like all the fairy fountains are not the exact same, which is like really strange because you feel like it would just be like copy paste.
Yeah. You're gonna see a hover to the canyon heart piece. Normally, like the intended method to get this is to do the whole deed trade sequence and then fly over as Deku. We're gonna be exploiting every single deed heart piece in this run. And not doing any of that trade quest.
Alright. And again, like, explosives are very precise during this portion of the run, because Dope is not going to be revisiting Clocktown to buy, like, more bombs and bomb chews anytime soon, and bomb drops in the swamp are extremely limited. There's very few places in the entire, like, Woodfall area, like, Southern Swamp area, where you can get, like, any bombs. They exist, but there's, like, almost no guaranteed drops and, like, very few, like, random drop areas. So you really got to manage the bombs well during this portion of the run. Mistakes can be costly, for sure, because otherwise you have to like start subbing out like tricks and whatnot. And
what you saw too is Dope like slash into the loading zone there in order to like exit out to the swamp. And he actually does that because it stops the witch cutscene from triggering and like playing out, but it still spawns her in the woods.
Nice. Don't get lost.
I got lost in the Lost Woods, bro. Miss you, Woods.
Mysterious. So mysterious you get lost.
So Dope just did an equip swap just so that he could not lose his red potion here. He equipped the red potion onto the top right item slot, which is, again, we have that bottle in that top right item slot from before when we did equip swap of a bottle over that slot back then, just so that when we gave away the deed, we could keep an item there, so that we can continue to equip swap throughout the run, because there's like still several places where equip swap is useful, but you can't really do it if you don't have an item in the top row or the bottom row of inventory. That's the first one that you access on the menu. I do not know exactly why those are the requirements, though. But those are the requirements. Like, it needs to be in the top or the bottom row of inventory. Right, so, like, the moon tier title deed trade slot just happens to be, like, perfect for this purpose, I guess.
Yeah, the reason we equip swapped the red potion is because we want to heal Shiro for the stone mask later on.
Alright, and right here, Dope is actually doing, I believe we consider it a glitch, where he backed up against the door so that his A button said open, and because his A button said open, there's like a lot of cutscenes in this game that if you have open A, which is just like, your A button says open, the cutscenes just won't start. And the cutscene for that witch trying to take you on the boat ride to Deku Palace is actually one of those. So he's able to get the pictograph box, but then because he's got his back to the door and his A button says open, she can't take him on the ride. So he can just exit without going on that ride, which saves almost a minute, because that ride is really long.
It's really slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Dope here is going to do something called ESS duping, which is where entering like the shuffle state, which is similar to what he was doing for like a Hess, and then dumping bottled contents and pressing an item with an ammo count of 0 will actually dupe a bottle over it. So that's what he did there in order to get another bottle for collecting bugs in the spider house here.
Yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot to say about the Swamp Spider House. Unless not thinking of something, but... Well, the reason you do this is just to get the Mask of Truth, which is useful beyond just being required for 100%, because it makes the dog race way better later on.
There's a little bit of randomness with the Skulltulas in this room, I guess. It's technically not random, it's based on the exact timing that you bonk the tree, but it seems to change so rapidly that you can't really, like, effectively manipulate where those Skulltulas drop, unless you just bonk the tree right away. But, like, this section's really cool because done really well. It's, like, a lot of tight movement, and it's pretty fast-paced. You're just constantly getting Skulltula tokens. When you know where everything is, these sections turn, like, from, like, kind of, like, extended scavenger hunts instead of, like, almost like obstacle courses instead. Because, like, you can do, like, a lot of tight jumps in these areas. They're very small, and like lots of hiding places and like weird angles for the Skulltulas to hide. So you can actually do a lot of cool stuff. Like there was the side hop.
Yeah, instead of hookshotting the skull, you can just side hop and jump slash.
And then there's a really obnoxious thing that can happen. I don't know if you've ever had this happen to you, Jake, where you like drop the bombs here and they take too long to enter the hole, so it just doesn't give you the Skulltula.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's a really unlucky thing that I think I actually had happen to me at a marathon. Did it happen? I think it happened in my All Masks run at GDQ, which was really unlucky.
I've never had it happen to me before.
Yeah, it's very, very rare. It's very, very rare where if you drop the bugs near one of those holes that's supposed to drop a Skulltula, there's like, I guess a chance that like one of them doesn't enter it properly, or the cutscene just takes too long, and it just doesn't give you the Skulltula, which can own you actually, because we only route in 3 bugs, which is 1 for each that's hiding in the dirt patches.
Yeah, you're gonna make like another awkward trip to the first room.
Yep.
So another optimization here, it's not super tight, but if you're fast enough, the skull shot on the monument there will be at the top, so you can just jump on there and hit it and grab it without hookshotting it. It's not that precise though.
How you feeling on Razor Sword Slash is dope. Reassure everyone, right? So you're
We are not
slashing that
breaking it
thing all
anytime
over the place.
soon.
Have you been
We
counting?
honestly don't even use we only use like a quarter of the slashes in like Spider House alone. And we pretty much won't even use it for the rest of the time until like before we deposit it, so we're not even like close to reaching the limit.
Come on, I'm setting you up, dope. You gotta be like, oh my god, I think I only have like 10 slashes left. We have to do all of Woodfall Temple before I trade it in. I can't slash it all. This run's dead if I break
You
my
already
sword.
ruined my
Dead.
2 memes I was planning to do earlier in the run, so...
What do you
No.
mean?
The Death Warp and the Owl.
I tried to set you up for the Death Warp.
No, you already like, we're gonna leave Woodfall and come back. You already alluded to the fact that we're not doing it all in one go.
Oh my god.
So we're heading back to Woodfall.
Yeah, this is the second trip to Woodfall, and this time it will be completed in its entirety. We still already have the bow and the map from the first trip, so it's just like all the stray fairies and the compass, I believe, that are left.
Yeah, and the boss key.
Honestly, dope, if should have put it in the script. Should have put it in the script.
Probably. That is true.
You should have just wrote in the script, don't mess up Death Warp joke, or Owl joke.
Freaking Trev.
I think you
So
should
something
break
like
the
small to
Raven sword
point
on
out.
purpose.
Something small to point out is Woodfall is notoriously laggy, especially on Wii. I don't know how bad it is on like other systems, but I know on Wii it's really bad.
I think it's still really bad on N64.
Yeah, I think it is.
I mean, I think every area sucks on N64 to be fair.
I'm pretty sure actually that the interior of Great Bay is actually better on N64. I don't know
Really?
why.
I
I have heard that before from
Didn't know that.
multiple other people. I don't have it myself to test. I don't really play on N64 at all. I don't have a way to. But I've heard from people who do that like Great Bay is good on N64, which is interesting to me. Because that second room in Great Bay, when you're like if you do the hovers to skip the water jet, that's notoriously laggy. On Wii.
Also, just for safety here, I'm grabbing an extra bomb drop. I normally wouldn't need to here since I got one in Stone Tower, but for the interest of safety, we're gonna grab one.
Yeah, because if you run out of bombs at the end of the temple and you don't have any for the fairy fountain, we're gonna have an issue.
Alright, let's see the corner mega.
Alright, dope.
Nice,
Dope.
nice.
Better get fast.
Oh, the fast version of this fight is so bad. So what Dope is gonna try to do here? He's gonna pull a bomb as soon as he gains control here, and then he's gonna backwalk with it. It's gonna blow up this guy. It's gonna knock him towards him. And he's gonna try to run to the wall, get a jump slash. Perfect. Wow. Okay. So what makes that so hard is you would think that Dope could actually slash Gecko while he's on the ground running to the wall, but Gecko is actually immune to damage until he gets on the wall. So the timing of that jump slash is very tight. You have to do that in a very specific way to manipulate Gecko to run across the room towards you, and then you have to hit him right as he attaches to the wall before he gets too high. So that setup is like, I can't understate how that's like much more difficult than it looks. So like Dope getting that is really, really good.
Yeah, you can do it with Gilded sort of as well, but naturally because the hitbox is smaller, it's going to be more difficult with Gilded. I guess something that like might be kind of obvious, but we didn't really mention was beyond like fire arrows and hookshot and GFM for second trip. Having a sword that you're not supposed to have at this point ends up saving quite a bit of time too. Like for the Gecko fight and for Odawa. I believe you have GFS equipped for Odawa, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, Great Fairy Sword is really powerful for this part of the run. And its extended hitbox actually comes into play at like multiple points, really. Like even in this room, like the extended hitbox of Great Fairy Sword is really good for getting this jump slash.
It's fast right here.
Nice.
Something to note too is that he's trying to avoid all Deku Nut drops because he still has a bottle duped over nuts, and he wants to catch the Deku Princess in it after Woodfall. So that Deku Baba that he killed in the room before this one, like had a nut drop, and if he would have picked that up, it would have lost a small amount of time.
It wouldn't have been that bad, but it's bad when you pick up a nut drop after getting the princess. Yeah. Like there's one Baba in Great Bay that you're next to when you kill, and it can drop a nut.
The one in the... It's like the Bio Baba room, right? With the
with the Stray Fairy.
Yeah.
Alright, so believe it or not, we've actually just about wrapped up Woodfall here. The final room of Woodfall has 4 Stray Fairies in it, so we actually only have basically 2 more rooms. This one, you have to kill all the bows in order to get a chest to spawn as a fairy. They have spawn points at each of the torches around the room and in the center of the room, as well as the corridor you start in. So you kind of just have to run around the room to get them all to spawn really quick, which you can kind of do as you light the torches, and then they all just kind of collect around you like that, and you can spin slash them for the kill and get this fairy. And then, which variant of this trick are you gonna do, Dope?
Hard one.
The hard one? Okay, this trick is really precise, so...
Nice. Yeah, that recoil is way stupider than it looks.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't get the timing and the angle, like, just right, you can end up, like, kind of hitting your back to it, and then, like, Link just... I think he just, like, falls anyway, even though it looks like he should land on it. I had a lot of difficulty with that trick when I last messed with it. It's like really finicky, I guess, is what I should say.
Yeah, we're seeing more extended bow here to shoot the fairies without going down.
Alright, and that is all the Stray Fairies. So Dope does have the boss key from fighting Gecko earlier. So we're not going to do any sort of BK skip here. He's just going to be able to get on top of the Deku Flower so we can just barely hookshot this torch and open the door. And Ardalwa is not really a boss fight when you have Great Fairy Sword.
Yeah, no.
I'll let it speak for itself, honestly. It's going to be over very quick if it goes how Dope would like. But Dope, Ardalwa has like 10 or 12 unique attacks.
Dude, I'm literally shivering in my timbers, bro.
Uh-oh.
And it's over.
Well,
And if he'd gotten the
almost
quick
did.
spin right after the jump slash, it could have been even faster, too. So. We don't get to see any of Ardalwa's, like, 12 attacks. I actually, like, say all the time, I think Ardalwa is, like, one of the best boss fights in, like, any Zelda game.
Actually,
Like,
he has like a lot of weird dances and attack cycles.
Yeah, like, he's just got, like, a lot of detail on him. He has, like, I remember I had a stream where I just, like, sat there and watched him, like, do all his attacks. And I forget exactly how many we counted, but he had double-digit unique attacks. As, like, this beginner boss that just dies that easily. Like, he really dies easily, even if, like, you're playing casually. He has, like, no health, so the fight is over very quick, even casually. And it's just, like... He's got so many attacks. He's actually such a cool boss. Like, I didn't even know about some of the attacks he has. Like,
I love that parallel to Gaior, which is just a fish in the water.
Yeah, and it has, like, what, 2-3 attacks?
If even.
Yeah, Georg is such a... And Twin Mold just flies at you, and that's it. Twin Mole just flies at you.
The budget went to Adolwa, and that's it.
Adolwa and Majora are both like really, really good boss fights.
Yeah. Even with the less interesting ones, like one of the cool things about this game is like a lot of the bosses have multiple ways you can go about killing them. So even like Twin Mole just flies around. There's a few ways. Like
Yeah,
you can use Giant's Mask, you can use arrows, and if you're able to use FD in there, you can do a fast FD strat.
Yeah, and like there's multiple strats because like multiple weapons are effective, and like the game left like flexibility in how you go about like tackling them. Like they didn't do something like stupid like adding like, you know, like eyeball weaknesses that you have to trigger like very specific ways, right? No one would ever do that. That'd be really bad.
No Majora's Mask remake specifically for the 3DS would ever do that. I don't think that would happen.
Shoutouts to Grezzo.
But really quick, that trick that you just saw Dope do, he actually clipped into the Deku Princess's cell. If you slash like the vines in front of the Deku Princess's cell, it will initiate a cutscene where she kind of explains the situation to you. But if you clip in, that cutscene never plays. So you can actually catch her and save a little bit of time that way. That clip is actually very, very precise though. That slope clip.
Yeah, that's another ground clip, I'm pretty sure.
Yep. And like the setup for it is very, very finicky. You need to hit I think it's multi-frame perfect, right?
Yeah, it is.
Which is why you buffered it.
Now we're gonna see a Fairy Fountain alternate exit, which is a similar concept to the Dodongo alternate exit. Because all the Fairy Fountains are on the same map, it's just only the textures for this one are loaded.
Yeah. There's one more cutscene skip before that for the Great Spin. And that's the last Fairy Fountain cutscene skip we're going to see, because the last Fairy Fountain rewards are double magic and double defense, and like Jess touched on earlier, you cannot skip those ones.
Still trying a staircase over there, but failing ISG, unfortunately.
Dope has a lot of extra explosives. So we're good to go here. So all the fairy fountains are kind of just arranged in a line on the same map. And so if you can hover out of one, you can reach the others. And that was well done.
Yeah, failing that trick is also very bad.
Yeah, because you don't have enough explosives to really do it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Fairy Fountain alternate exits just are really convenient right now because we don't have Index Warp anymore, so doing the one to Snowhead is just an easy way to hit the Snowhead Owls and then deposit the Razor Sword, and then head back to Clocktown from there and then hit that owl.
Part of the run remind you of anything, Jess?
Shut up, Trev.
For context on the joke, Jess spent a really, really long time learning 100%, did his first run, and lost it at this exact point in the route, and then never did another run again.
Yeah, I had to back this part up by doing a day reset because my in time was so late, and I accidentally made it day 3 instead of resetting to day 2.
Oh, did you day skip into the dungeon or something?
I forget exactly what I did, but I think I accidentally just pulled up the text and hit A or something, but...
No.
He literally just activated it.
Dang.
I think I like tried to hit A and like unpause lag or something, and it activated the text for the yes option.
Yeah, I've tried day resetting into Snowhead before for similar reasons, and for whatever reason that loading zone just skips the day instead of resetting it, so...
If you go into any area that doesn't have like a day transition cutscene.
Yeah.
It'll day skip instead.
That's right.
I was just trying to day reset on the Path of Snowhead load zone here, but I messed it up somehow.
Alright, so everyone can breathe easy. All right, Dope is going to turn in the razor sword. We're not
He
breaking
didn't break
today.
it.
I mean, Dope. How about you just slash the owl
Man,
statue?
these
Just
owls,
forget
this owl statue, man, could be it.
Yeah,
right
yeah.
here.
Don't spin slash it. Give it a normal slash. All right, everyone, one last.
What if
scare.
you're at 99 hits? Oh, okay. Okay, we're
Oh my
set.
god,
I would-
dude,
I-
my heart.
There-
Man,
there
just
was
one jump. Ah!
Oh my God! He's really
Wow.
playing with fire now.
Hit the door for good luck.
Oh, he didn't do it. He's a wimp. He
Dang.
chickened out.
Man,
So we
I
didn't-
already hit those two, man. I gotta be careful.
We didn't mention this, but Dope did what's called a cutscene dive off of the ledge, and while he was falling, he played Song of Double Time, and when he voided out, it stored the song, so he pulled it up with the text box, and then went to night 2. It just ended up saving the Song of Double Time. And we're gonna, just for routing purposes, we're gonna be swordless for a while, but it's not really an issue because we have Great Fairy's Sword. But we can't just go to day 3 right now to get gilded because we still have Honey and Darling day 2 and Deku Player in day 2 to do. We also have to pick up the pendant.
No, I was about to make a joke about the ice being fake, but then you had to pull out fire arrows.
Dude, the ice would have been fake if I didn't suck.
That clip is weird.
I hate that clip.
Oh yeah, I didn't mention this earlier because we were talking about other things, but there's some hot tech with the Gossip Stones. If you pull Ocarina near a Gossip Stone, it brings up Stop B immediately, and Stop B is like what allows you to start playing songs, or just notes in general. So if you pull Ocarina near one of these Gossip Stones, you can just start playing the song immediately and save like a second or whatever every time. Some hot tech for you.
Dude, I harp on that one to everyone who will listen. Don't you worry.
Speaking of songs, I kind of want to pull my ocarina in here a bit because I have a fun tune to play for you guys.
What is this guy doing? He's throwing.
Whoa! What was this? Did your controller stop working? What are you doing?
I'm not done yet. Hold on. I got a few more notes. There, okay, I'm done.
Wow, that was a sick song. It was so powerful, made the rupees fall off.
Yeah, dude.
For anyone unfamiliar with what just happened, whenever you use like a cutscene item, like I think it also works with transformation masks, but it's just like not as strong of an effect.
Yeah.
Or
It's
no,
just
transformation
slower.
mask is easier.
It's just
Yeah.
slower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whenever you use like a cutscene item, the platforms keep moving a little bit, like while you put on the item. Like there's like a frame where they move, but the rupees do not move with them. So eventually, if you do it enough time, the platforms move out from underneath the rupees, and so with nothing beneath them, the rupees just fall.
Yeah, it's only fast on day 2 because every platform is moving horizontally. On day 1, they're all vertical, so it's not possible. And on day 3, it's half and half, so it's just not fast at that point.
Technically, it's not even fast on day 2, but the fast strat there.
Yeah,
is
the fast strat is just silly.
Also, we just hit our second to last owl statue. We only have one more to go, Milk Road, but we won't be getting that so much later. If I can get it, that'd be cool.
Wait, second to last? We still have like Great Bay Coast, Zor Cape, and Milk Road, right? Or am I wrong?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a few more.
almost there. I lied. Also, what I
Alright.
did there was I rolled into the wall, and there's a 2-frame window where you can hit C up and you can look through the wall. You can talk to Cafe from the door there, which saves. I didn't end up saving time with it because I'm bad, but normally it saves like a second or two.
You just
Worth
casually
mentioning-
get warped over.
Yep. So, worth mentioning is this is actually our first trip to Clocktown in, like, over an hour. Like, since our last trip to Clocktown, like, we've done, like, 3 temples, so we actually, remember, I mentioned, like, back when we were doing, these mini games before, that there's mini games here that we have to do on days 1, 2, and 3. So now that we're back here on day 2, and it's towards the end of day 2, we're actually going to do the day 2 mini games, and then I believe we're gonna Song of Double Time, and also do the day 3 mini games while we're here. It's not our final trip to Clocktown, but like next time we come to Clocktown, it's gonna be very, very late, and we're gonna have other priorities, so we want to get this stuff done now. We're also working on a side quest. No, like it's called the Anju and Cafe side quest, where you have to reunite two lovers who the Skull Kid messed with. And so we're kind of delivering some items back and forth between them as well. That will ultimately culminate in like a sequence in Akana later that we'll get to. So all this stuff is going on. We're like managing like multiple in-game time events and like sequences that we need to all happen. And it's just, the timing is like perfect where we can do a lot of it right now.
It's also important that we do Honey and Darling 3 in this trip before Great Bay, which for a reason that I'll explain when he gets into that. But yeah, it's pretty important to have this Clocktown trip now and Great Bay later. So throughout the run, we've kind of mentioned some differences between English and JP, and most of them are basically negligible. Like text and stuff is basically equal due to English loads, and PCS is just like a small optimization for most fights. But what Dope's about to do here in HND 3 is the main reason why 100% NMG is on JP right now, and it's because of a trick called Weird B, where he's gonna do some wacky stuff in the minigame in order to complete it as Zora. And doing so is gonna like, it's some weird like memory thing where the game tries to put the correct item back on B, and since you're as a transformation, it's gonna basically use your button action ID to put a different item on it. So like depending on what form you are or what your B button says as the transformation, it's going to change what item your B button like correlates to. I won't spoil what he's going to change it to here, but it will be relevant later on in the run.
Yeah, so for the rest of the run, his B button actually no longer corresponds to Finn's, basically. He can't, like, slash normally. It has been replaced by something else.
It's been replaced by a secret.
Yeah. Alright, just a couple last things to resolve in Clocktown here. Now that it's day 3, there's a couple more things available to us. Obviously, we just finished up Honey and Darling again. We have to do Deku Playground 3 again, and then a little bit more stuff in the Anju Cafe side quest. And then after that, we'll finally be leaving Clocktown. So we get quite a lot done on this trick that like advances all the sequences that we've been working towards here. And you may notice, actually, that this is still the first 3-day cycle of the run, other than, like, first cycle where we were stuck as a Deku. We are actually still in that first 3-day cycle since getting our Ocarina back. And this is actually the longest cycle of the run where most of the stuff happens. Like, there's still actually quite a bit of stuff, too. Like, by the time this 3-day cycle is over, we will be over 3 hours into the run. It's really quite nutty, like, what we can get done in one 3-day cycle with proper routing.
You saw Dope doing some jumps at the end of Playground 3. It does look hard, but they're really not hard at all. In my opinion, at least.
Hey friends, can I quickly jump in?
Yeah, go for it.
We're only $68 away from the biggest CSR charity event of all time now. Thank you to Voodoo Monkey for $100 without a comment, and to Genesis with $25 saying the final hours of the marathon are upon us, so it's time to donate. Here's my contribution for a great cause. I really enjoyed watching ZSRM. Shout outs to everybody involved. shoutouts to you. I'm pretty convinced by now that we're gonna reach it, and it's mind-boggling, honestly.
You said we're only $68 away.
Yeah, it's not nice. Sorry.
No. I mean, but to beat it, then someone has to make a pretty nice donation. Then.
Oh yeah, that's actually fair. Yeah, okay, I gotta be the party pooper now. $68 would beat it already, but
Ah, no.
Wow.
I mean, go for 69. Go for yours. Make it nice.
So a small thing Dope did there was he did an equip, and he started his roll in unpause lag, and doing that will allow you to not talk to the carpenter right there.
Yep, one of those very small optimizations. But there's like a lot of stuff like that you can do throughout the run.
It's hard to bring up all of them, but there's like a lot of small things going on in certain parts.
Oh yeah, does someone want to explain index trick?
Oh yeah, the clip that you did to get into the back room of Curiosity Shop. Normally at the time that Dope was trying to access the back room of Curiosity Shop, it's closed. But Deku, with enough speed, is able to clip through certain corners vertically. So he used a bomb to recoil himself backwards onto the water, and then Deku started bouncing, and the speed is actually enough to clip into the back room.
If we had a way to do that in first cycle, we could actually skip first cycle.
Yeah. If anyone wants to discover first cycle skip, all you have to do is find a way to get any mask in first cycle.
I'll give you $10. That's
Wow.
the bounty.
I'll double it. I'll match it. $20 for this, like, game-changing trick. I know you're all compelled now to just go boot up MM right now. Like, how could you not?
$20, let's go.
Quit your jobs, drop out of school.
find first cycle skip instead.
The
I'll
bounty
even
of the
throw in
century.
some pocket lint. That's a real deal right there, man.
The SM64 Upwarp bounty has nothing on this.
Alright, Dope, are you getting the animation no, never mind.
Alright.
Animation cancel.
Alright. We did it, folks. We
Let's
did
go!
Let's
60
go!
Let's
ni-
go.
$69 from Daredevil X without a comment, and they sniped it. Congratulations.
Nice.
Nice.
We made it. $10,581. We made it the biggest ZSR event of all time. I'm gonna be on Facecam later so you can all see my sleep-deprived face. Good job, everybody. Yeah, I'm at a loss for it. Thank
Yo,
you.
good job, guys.
Og you.
Fuck.
So we're gonna see Dope do here is you don't have to have the seahorse for this. Like the path is like always set here. There's an area where you void out, but if you know the path, you can just dive on top of it.
Yeah, and we're actually about... Well, it's going to be a little bit still, but we're actually going to see something we set up earlier here. It's going to come to fruition.
Yep.
But first we have to kill all of the eels. And then... I believe this is where we're going to be getting the one Zora egg we need for the run as well.
Yep.
I love how when designing Great Bay, they were like, let's make all of the optional tasks super tedious and long. Just for fun.
This isn't even optional normally, though.
Well, for the seahorse, it is. Just the egg is required, right? You only need it.
Oh, yeah, true,
One of
true. I mean,
And
in a
the seahorse
casual
isn't-
playthrough, it's all required.
Yeah, casually you have to get the seahorse.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So in order to get the seahorse to spawn, we do need to kill every single eel, rather than just like the ones that are guarding the eggs, unfortunately. And then from there, we get to see the thing. The super secret thing. I'm sure you all want to see the thing.
Yeah.
Dude, I just forgot to take the picture of the pirate in Pirate's Fortress, man. What the heck?
Oh, dude.
Forgot to do that all the way back.
Why did you go to PF without the picked up box, you fool?
Dude, I don't even know. I'm just gonna talk to him, see what happens.
Whoa, what's that bottle doing there? You just pulled. You don't even have a bottle on your C buttons. What? It's a C. Wow.
Incredible.
What kind of magic is? What kind of magic is this?
Good job. You sold it. Let's go.
Sold it super well.
So, yeah. So when Weird B was performed earlier, basically the item that got put on Zora Link's B button in place of the fins was a bottle with Seahorse in it. So now like there's still a bottle on Zora Link's B button for actually the rest of the run. It's empty now, but originally it was a Seahorse bottle.
Yeah, and fun fact, if you did that on English, you would actually have Hylian Loach and not Seahorse.
Yep, due to differences in the item table.
Yep.
Yeah, that's one of the main advantages of why we play on JP for this run. For that one trick.
Imagine putting on Zora before climbing that ladder. SMH my head.
Did I?
Yo, shoutouts to Marco
Yeah.
Clip.
Whoops.
In order to escape,
Oh yeah, Marco Club.
yeah. In order to escape Pinnacle Rock quickly, rather than swimming all the way out, Dope performed a glitch called Marco Clip, named after the runner, like OOT and MM runner Marco. And I guess he's known for TP as well now. It's a really, really dumb trick. Marco actually has a clip where he discovered it accidentally just swimming at the wall. But there's like weird corners and seams in the wall that if you swim at them just right, you pass right through. And so there's a setup for it that Dope did back there, and it's not as bad now, but it's still a rather precise trick.
And
I believe Marco does not like Marco Clip. He's gone on record saying Marco does not like Marco Clip. He hates it.
It's one of those weird kind of precise strats that like doesn't have like a clear-cut setup. I mean, like there's a strat, but it's hard to call it a setup, I guess.
someone was asking about the source requirement for Seahorse. Source requirement only applies for final items in the upgrade chain. So for instance, we dupe the wallet, which technically would break the source requirement in any other case, but it's only for like final inventory items. So there we got the heart piece from source, but not the seahorse from source. All that matters is the last item is gotten from source.
Yeah, and bottle items anyway aren't permanent. You normally lose them on Song of Time regardless. So.
Right. Yeah. So an easy way to look at source requirement is just anything that doesn't get reset by Song of Time.
Yeah, for those who don't know, with the wallet, you can get the giant, like the wallets are progressive, so you can either get the last wallet from Oceanside or from the bank. You can do
Yeah,
it
I
in
guess
either order.
I wonder if that would count as source requirement breaking if we like required middle upgrades to be from source. I guess it would.
Yeah, I think it would. I think there was a problem with this route when it first came out, where like some of the Japanese community, there were members of it that thought that if you had to get your fins back. Right, Zora doesn't have fins right now. They counted fins as an item. I remember that being a discussion as well for source requirement. Because for the rest of the run, Zora does not have like fins to slash with. It's replaced with a bottle on Zora B, and you can get that back, but it takes time. But it's not ultimately required because Zora B button isn't really counted as like an inventory item of any kind. So that's like a gray area as well, I guess, as far as source requirement is concerned, because there were actually runners who saw a problem with that, took issue with it.
Here we're seeing another pretty important instance of equip swap with the fish heart piece to avoid catching more fish, and then obviously the Zora eggs to avoid extra trips to Pirate Fortress and Pinnacle Rock.
Yeah, I was trying to not talk about that. That part is very exciting. It's just like 11 equip swaps in a row or something.
Yeah.
Or I guess optimally it's 10. Or no, wait, no, optimally it's 3 for the fish, because you have a fish. Oh no, but you want to keep the fish, so it's 4
Yeah.
for the fish, and then 6 for the egg. So optimally, it is 10.
So there's another cutscene skip there, and it's another instance where you get the item or song at the start of the cutscene, so skipping it isn't a problem.
So, Turkin asked in chat how to get fins back if you were to lose them, like in the manner like we have. One way I know to get them back in English is by writing Epona as Zora. In Japanese, I actually don't know the way, but I've heard people mention that you can do it. But if you ride Epona as Zora in English using owl statue saves, and then you get off, it'll put sword on Zora B, which kinda gives you fins. Because, I mean, fins are just swords, so I think it is just fins. Okay, wait a minute. This is important. So Dope is going to play the song, and he's going to look for a frame-perfect pause here. If he gets it...
Nice.
Wait, do you do Zora Hall after TCS now? Or has it always been like
Yeah,
that?
it's a bit faster to do TCS first and then come in
Okay.
here.
Didn't know that, because last time I remember last time I saw this part, like, I thought you always went through the entrance, but I guess it's not faster.
Yeah, it saves like a few seconds.
But yeah, the turtle cutscene skip ends up saving like 50 seconds or something along those lines. That's pretty big.
Yeah. It's the same thing as the Happy Mask Salesman cutscene skip from earlier in the run. Like, after playing the song, Dope has to get a frame-perfect pause, because if 2 consecutive frames pass, the cutscene will start, and at that point, there's no interrupting it. But if he gets the pause, then he can pause 1 frame at a time until he reaches the load zone, and the cutscene will start, but then we'll go through the load zone, and we'll effectively skip the cutscene, because then the flag is set as, like, the turtle is up, so... we no longer have to watch the like minute-long cutscene of the turtle rising out of the water. So that is a very important skip to be getting like nearly 3 hours into the run, just because it saves a minute. And it's a rather major time loss if you fail it.
I think we'll see Dope go for pirate cutscene skip, which is a bit more complicated.
Yep, so there's the turtle, so we know he succeeded. And then... so he's gonna try to hookshot up onto the turtle here, really far left, such that he's not on the loading trigger. Right, normally if you hookshot the tree, you're actually just immediately on the loading trigger, but there's like a spot just far enough left that you can get on it without triggering the cutscene, start time stop, and then walk over the loading trigger. Then he's gonna buffer into the load zone again to skip the cutscene in the exact same manner.
Nice.
Right.
That's
Nice 2 pause. Now it's time for the best dungeon.
It's the hard part, really. Getting back on the turtle.
So now we're not gonna have to watch the cutscene that normally happens, or just go straight in.
So this is actually the final dungeon of the run. We've done the other 3 at this point, and a lot of people consider this one to be the hardest one in 100%, I think. It's got like the out of bounds.
SCT's harder.
I usually share that opinion, but I do hear a lot of debate. Like runners usually say it's either GBT or STT.
It's Woodfall, bro. The final boss is so hard.
You're a troll.
Snowhead
literally
actually.
throwing.
Snowhead Temple's really hard. Right?
Snowhead is actually easier than Woodfall, I think.
Yeah,
Snowhead is
Snowhead is definitely the easiest dungeon.
Yeah. Alright.
Yeah,
He's got the jump. He's on the water wheel. And
Nice.
from here, he can Goron roll to the other side of the room without raising the water pillar.
That trick is hard.
I'm doing the easier variant here for this trick because the other one sucks really bad and I hate it.
All right. So
This is turnkey skip.
yeah.
Wait, you think
So-
this one is easier? You're insane.
Yep, so Dope's gonna do an out-of-bounds swim here, and the thing about out-of-bounds swims in Majora's Mask is if you are in out-of-bounds water and there's not ground beneath you, like some platform of some sort beneath you, then you actually void instantly. So when he was doing that out-of-bounds swim, he actually had to follow a very precise pathway, or else he would void and the trick would fail. So he was very good to get that first try.
Yeah. The turnkey skip is really huge because, obviously, as the name implies, you skip having to turn any of the turnkeys in the dungeon and flipping the current to get in here.
Normally when you're completing this temple like casually, you have to go around and push all these red turnkeys that eventually allow you to reverse the flow of the water to access certain rooms. But that out-of-bounds swim lets him access a room that normally you could only access after you'd reverse the currents. And so effectively we're never going to actually have to reverse those currents, which saves a lot of time in this temple.
So yeah, here's where that nut drop can come into play.
Nice.
Oh, true. Drowsy in chat said Snowhead is hard because it's cold and it makes your hands cold.
True.
True.
Alright,
What's
You're
Yeah, so
actually
no nut
playing with
drop
cold
here.
hands is so hard, though.
What's the chance that Baba dropping a nut in the first place?
It's probably 116, right?
Probably. I do not know exact. Do I have the drop table saved? I might be able to actually get you the value for that. 1 second. I think I have it saved.
So what I saw Dope do on the lily pads, there might have looked weird. Normally when you're jumping above waters, or if you hold A, you'll do a dive. And he did it for the lily pads just because you spend less time in the air and you just end up going across the lily pads faster that way, instead of just normally jumping across by tapping it.
Okay, this drop table I don't think includes Bayababa, so I actually have no idea what the Bayababa drop table is.
It probably, I would assume it shares like the scrubs and Southern Swamp and stuff.
If it shares Mad Scrub's drop table has a 2 out of 16 chance to be dropping Deku Nuts? Or no? 2 out of 16? Okay, yeah, it is 2 out of 16. Yes. One out of 8. 1 out of 8.
Yeah, yeah.
Here's a really nice use of PCS. Makes this fight way easier.
Even if the nut from the Baba does drop though, it's
Okay, I
like
guess
almost
he's
never
trolling.
it's almost never in your way.
You got it.
So with ISG, the Great Fairy Sword hitbox extends pretty high. So when Warp kind of moves downward, Dope can just kind of walk straight into Warp, hit him in the eye, then immediately spin slash for a double hit, kill Warp instantly. Really fast fight. We're gonna get the most useful elemental arrows in the game, apparently.
Yeah.
Ice arrows.
Arrows, let's go.
Best item.
He's too powerful.
Ice arrows, Trev said this, but the ice arrows definitely look nice. Like, they probably the nicest looking arrow. Because they're blue, and blue's just the best color. You can't argue.
Alright, so from here, there's only a couple more stray fairies we need to get. I also believe Dope is going to pick up the map right here as well.
Yeah. He wanted to get ISG from the pot there, but he'll just back it up with getting it off the map chest.
Yeah, because in order to, again, avoid having to invert the water currents, he's actually going to hover up to the door over there that's behind him to the right. That's normally used as an exit. You're only supposed to, like, leave through that door, but we actually can use it as an entrance with a couple hovers.
Oh.
Okay, this is going to create some complications with bomb count later now, because he's going to have to do that hover again, and he's going to be down bomb shoes. What are you doing?
He can do bombs and then do a bomb mega.
Yep. There are ways to work around it for sure. It's just gonna make it harder.
I think if you do 3 height and a mega.
Try this hover again, and like again, the goal is to get up to that door, and it's gonna get us to rooms that normally you could only access with a like by inverting the currents. That way you can travel down a pathway in reverse.
Just a mega flip?
Normally from the chest I do another hover. Ditch.
Yeah. I'll just do a hover.
You backflipped on top of the chest at the start, too. You maybe could have saved.
Yeah. There's plenty of more bomb drops.
We're good. Yeah. There's ways to work around this, for sure.
I also have extra shoes, too.
Alright, so there is a stray fairy in a barrel. And so the setup he just did to throw that bomb shoe at a very specific angle will make it travel in a way that... Oh my god, you got hit by the chew, didn't you? When he went to do the weird shot and it sent Link downward, you can actually get hit by there's like a chew enemy on the ground beneath him, and that can actually hit you if you weird shot. And it's right below you.
That weird shot's always looks so sketch.
Yeah, in this room we're gonna see a cool strat to get this fairy without freezing the geyser.
This trick is sick.
Nice,
Easy.
perfect.
I can try the chest, that'd be cool.
Something interesting about this room is on Japanese you have to properly time using of that geyser with like where the water wheel is gonna stop, but on English it always stops in the correct spot, so the paddles are completely horizontal.
Alright, no trick really to this one. This gap is just placed too close to the ledge. So, like rather the platform we're on is just too close to the hole, so we can just jump straight to it.
Yeah, I like how Nintendo just has that window there for us. Thanks.
Man, we're using ice arrows!
Oh my gosh.
Let's go! They're
Can't believe
useful! All the ice arrows and fans in chat are just pogging out right now.
Oh my god, Dope just shot ice arrows.
Yep.
Oh no, he's getting beat up.
Don't mash.
Yeah, do not.
I know.
For context, if you mash there, sometimes you just get stuck. It's awesome.
I only found out about it because Dope told me it happened to him one time, and I was like, wow, that's spooky.
Yeah, I was a little bit too close to the sensor there, so it made him drop a lot quicker than he normally did, because I did a manipulation strat, so where like normally he just hops around the room for a little bit. But I did a little minip so that he throws a bubble at me, so I can just immediately jump slash with the Great Fairy Sword. That caused me to be towards more of the center of the room, which caused him to drop quickly, and it's a little hard to like react to that.
It was sick though, because of that you got to use 2 ice arrows.
2 ice arrows, man.
2.
2 ice arrows, too many.
Yeah, I think what I'll do for bombs is I'll just get an extra one by the L. I'll just reload the area. Can I grab the ledge, please?
Dude, that is always like so annoying. Like if you try to grab the ledge near the like the corner there, like he just will never grab it. Falling in this room can be so frustrating too, because to get back up is so slow.
There's no like
It's
fast way to
like
get
it's
up.
like tilting, right? It's like really tilting.
Falling in
Like-
the giant toilet.
Yeah, it's not even the biggest mistake you can make, far from it, but it's like really annoying to the point that, like,
Yeah, it's an oddly annoying thing to happen compared to like other things that lose more time that probably feel less annoying.
We're nearly wrapped up here with Great Bay Temple. Hope is going to actually collect the last stray fairy right here. He's got the map and compass, so the only thing left is one more precise out-of-bounds swim here. Again, the same conditions apply. He's got to have ground beneath him. And if he does it right, he can just hit the boss load zone. Perfect.
Gonna do another weird shot. So we can shoot Georg and skip the cutscene. Georg's still just chilling.
Oh, this does the cutscene dive. Strat is cool.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, this strat's really sick. I won't even spoil it. I'll just let it play out. Nice, perfect. So what actually ended up happening there is that strat with the cutscene dive with ISG actually allows you to hit Georg underwater with the sword. Georg has exactly 10 HP, and Zora Magic Barrier does 2. So you actually go hit him with the Magic Barrier once to do 2 damage, and a Great Fairy Jump Slash does 8 damage, right? So once you hit him with Zora Magic Barrier once, he's already in range to die to a Great Fairy Sword Jump Slash. So you bait him to the platform, stun him right next to it, do a Jump Slash to have it on Power Crouch Stab, get ISG, and if you hover above Georg and pull a cutscene item, you dive into the water, but ISG is still active. So as soon as you put away the cutscene item, the sword instantly hits him with the Jump Slash damage, killing him. So you skip phase 2 of Georg and get a really quick kill.
Yeah.
It's really sick looking.
That's probably like the coolest power crouch stab strat in the run.
Fun thing about Georg too is the damage doesn't register unless you're underwater. So you can like shoot shoes at him, and if you dive underwater at the right time, the shoes will damage him. That's a check in the boss fight for some reason.
I assume so that like all your you can't just stay on the platform and shoot at him. I mean, that's one way to implement it. That's a very interesting way to implement it. Right, rather than like having some attribute on Georg that's like, when Georg is stunned, cannot take damage from these weapons. It's like, no, when Georg is stunned, in order to damage it, you must be in the water.
Yeah. Nintendo has their ways of doing this, I guess.
Alright, and so with that, actually, every single dungeon is now complete. But the run still has quite a bit to go, and there's still some really, really hard segments coming up. Notably, actually, we have a segment that's going to take place at the end of day 3 here, where, in-game time is going to end up running really, really tight, close to Moon Crash, and, there's a lot of things that, if they go wrong, the timing's going to be really tough. So, mistakes can be costly as soon as it becomes Night 3. And then we also have a really cool sequence coming up with Sakon's hideout as well. After a little bit more cleanup first.
So a dope try to do there is called a Zora High Ledge Grab. And as you're coming out of the water, you can interrupt the diving animation. You can either press B or let go of A, and you'll send Zora into a state where he can grab ledges, and you can grab some pretty high ledges, as the name implies.
So this is the last fairy reward again, no cutscene skip, because it is something that's going to be given to us midway through the cutscene, so if you skip from the beginning, you just end up not getting it. After this, there's just a couple like heart pieces we need to clean up in Great Bay, one of which is only available now that we've beaten Great Bay Temple. Then there's a couple things we need to clean up in Swamp, because we actually didn't do a couple of the post-temple things in Swamp yet. Remember, after Woodfall, we actually just left Woodfall immediately, did the Fairy Fountain all exit to Snowhead. So, like, there's still a bunch of stuff in Swamp that we want to do. It just wasn't fast to do it back then. So we're going to end up cleaning up those 2 areas, and then after that, we're going to initiate the final sequence of Day 3, and the final sequence of this Day 3 cycle. Or, like, this 3-day cycle, rather. And that's going to start with Sakon's hideout in Akana.
Yeah, and this entire final day as well is he's been trying to go fast enough to where he can make it to this minigame before he goes on break. I forget what time it is, but
4? Yeah, it's 4.
I believe it's 4. It's like 4 to 7, right? He
Yeah,
takes
4
like
to 7.
Takes a 3-hour break. What the heck? He's so
Wow.
lazy.
He just gets so few customers, I guess.
Yeah, dude, imagine if everyone could take 3-hour breaks.
Well, look, Dope's using ice arrows again. Oh yeah, this is a really cool strat here. You can completely skip riding the slow boat there, and just dive off of an ice platform.
There is, like, nothing to say about this minigame.
There's not. You just get 20, and then it's done.
You jump to the platform that has the lit torch, and you get a point. And then when you have 20 points, you've won, but the minigame doesn't end. It makes you wait until the end of the timer anyway, even though you only need 20 points to win. Isn't that great? So no matter how fast you go in this minigame, it doesn't matter because you have to wait until the timer ends. It's great.
If you go fast, you have a longer bathroom break.
There is one interesting thing. Like, if you have a sword on B, you can stand on the edge and mash B, and the game will think you're going on and off of the ledge, and you can just spam B.
yeah, you can do the same thing with
eventually.
You can do the same thing with side hops as well.
But you can't do it with Great Fairy's sword. Like, your sword has to be a sword on B.
Great Bay is really just full of amazing minigames.
Truly.
Yeah, dude, Beavers is great. This minigame's so good, you don't even need to be present for half of it. Runner's just dipped out on us. We're left alone. He's only got 20 seconds to get back, though. I mean, can he do? Oh wait, no. Dang, he's back way ahead. Did you wash your hands?
Yes.
You better not have done hand wash, Skip. I'm gonna be upset.
If you do hand wash, Skip, I'm gonna scream at you.
Hand wash, Skip, is illegal tech. All right, TAS only. Don't do that in Speedrun, guys.
You'll get the coronavirus.
Now we're gonna be getting another heart piece that we didn't get simply because we didn't have hook shot. Technically you could hover up here, but that's so slow. So you just come back when you get the fisherman heart piece.
You could technically grab it after Seahorse as well, but that's just slow because we have to get to Torch minigame.
Yeah.
Why do I feel like I'm missing a heart piece right now? Shouldn't that have given me 13?
It did, though. It did.
Oh, the torch minigame.
Oh, okay.
I can check a PB for you. Give me a second.
Again.
I'm very positive you get a hard container on torch minigame.
I don't recall seeing.
Like, I've been paying attention, but like I don't, unless I'm dumb, I don't think I've missed one.
You got.
Wait, did you get the Zora Hall heart piece? Did you skip that?
Yeah,
one?
that's what I was thinking too. I don't remember going to Zora Hall and getting Lulu's ring.
Oh yeah, he didn't get Lulu's.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Okay, that's fine.
I was trying to think, like, if there was one you skipped, what would it be? And it's like, oh yeah, I don't think I did that one.
I'll back that up before getting elegy.
For some reason, I didn't point it out. I just like assumed did it, even though I never saw you do it. I don't know.
Yeah, I always autopilot that part, so sometimes I forget that hard piece. But yeah, I'll just do an extra sword before grabbing elegy in third cycle, because I already have Goron, Ocarina Zora equipped. Won't be that big of a time loss.
This is the last little bit of the swamp cleanup. This minigame's great too because you also win at 20 points, and you also have to wait out the rest of the minigame after getting 20 points anyway.
What do you mean? This has cool lag reduction where you look down.
Oh my god, look at that. It's beautiful.
Or you could do the ultimate, or you could do the ultimate gamer strat and go past 20 and see how many shots you.
True.
Right. For the stream dope, you have to shoot doors. All right, you have to pull a Kyle here.
Oh yeah.
Let's see some door.
Set the heap up.
Yeah. For context, several years ago, before SRM was even like truly discovered, an MM runner by the name of Kyle, Full Grown Gaming, accidentally performed SRM going through that load zone. He just started shooting doors out of his bow using SRM. And it was done completely accidentally. It was an instance of SRM before SRM was really discovered or implemented and used in any way. And it's great. It took years to actually, like, discover, like, what happened there. Like, nobody knew what had happened at the time. Until SRM was, like, more fully documented and people, like, realized that Kyle shooting doors was a use of SRM before SRM was discovered.
I believe this is the final frog for the Frog Choir Heart piece that we'll get in a little bit.
Should have done SRM with the Witch Heart piece to get the one you missed in Zora Hall.
True.
I was gonna need a video link. I wonder if I actually have that clip of Kyle shooting doors.
I think it's one of his most viewed.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find it.
So coming up here is Bullet Race, and this is actually a pretty interesting segment in terms of like movement and stuff.
Alright, Kyle shooting the doors is actually his third most viewed clip ever. I'll link it in the chat for anyone who wants to see it. Okay, there we go. The door.
I'll need to be reminded to get that heart piece later.
You said you were gonna do it after Elegy?
Before,
okay. So that would be after Couples Mask? Or no, that wouldn't be after Couples.
That's at the end of third cycle.
Oh yeah, okay. It's not second cycle.
So we're nearly at the point where we're gonna go to Akana, but this one last bit, Deku or Butler race. Some people refer to it as like, I know Yumius likes to refer to it as Super Dampe. It plays out exactly like the Dampe race in Dampe's Grave in OT, except there's like a lot more obstacles and it's much longer winded, and you have Goron Mask in tight corridors, so this is actually a really hard part of the run to optimize, I feel like. Like there's a huge difference between the people who do this well and those who don't.
Yeah, there's a lot you can do here. It's just the OT Dampe race, but better.
There's a task actually that can stay Goron here the entire time. It's really hard to do. Like they actually go down these platforms that Dope is jumping across right now as Goron, which is absolutely nutty. and then like you can cross this water too as Goron with the spike roll, as long as you hit the right angles as well.
Silly.
So now Dope is gonna look to skip the firewalls in this room. If you have a spike roll in the right angle, you can just get over them all. Dodge the boulder, and then one last room. Now, are you gonna do fire skip?
No.
Oh no.
Wow.
So you can actually skip hitting this switch here, and instead just walk on those platforms outside the fire rings, because the fire rings don't cover the entire platform, but it's a little bit precise.
It's also very bad to fail.
Yeah, because you have to start the entire race over.
Also here on JP, if you manage to beat the butler, he'll just fall to the ground and you don't get the mask.
Yeah, you have to be like standing. Where
Yeah,
it's
where
gonna
he's supposed
land.
to land, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know until recently that it's not a thing on English. I always thought it happened on both versions.
No, they actually fixed it because, I mean, it is very obvious that there's like a problem there, because in the Japanese version, when he lands on the ground, even if you're not there, he kind of goes half under the ground and then he gets pushed back. So like when he goes half under the ground, if you're standing on top of him, your body pushes him underground. Yo, there's a Kyle of that, or there's a clip of that happening to Kyle. There's a Kyle.
There's like 2 clips.
There's a Kyle.
Yeah. Dude, I'm just gonna be linking Kyle clips in the chat all day long.
Alright, so we're gonna see Sec on side here. This is pretty interesting in a glitch context. We're gonna skip a lot of cutscenes and stuff here.
Also, yeah, you can just side hop into that boulder. Can roll into it too and skip it.
I swear there are like 20 ways to get in here.
Yeah.
Okay, I have the clip of Kyle getting owned by pushing the Deku Butler underground. I'm gonna link it too. No, dude, I love Kyle. I'd never roast him. Kyle is just Kyle is the MM runner that like everything weird or unfortunate that can happen will happen to him. That was always what happened.
So what Dope did at the start was he used time stop to skip the very first cutscene when you first interact with Cafe there, and now and then he recoil flipped into a section you should only get to as Cafe, and then he's hovering onto the conveyor belt and just going right to the end.
Hey, one donation more that I can read.
Sure.
All right, Grumpmeister, our 2 times runner of the ZSRM, actually sent $20 and said, "Let's get a donation in before the end of the event." Good idea. It has been a great weekend full of excellent Zelda runs and all of that for a good cause. Thanks for organizing it and well done to everybody involved. Thank you so much, Grump. Oh, and we just lost
Dope's internet.
That's a terrible timing.
Yeah, the Discord stream froze too.
Yeah.
Okay, folks, we just lost Dope.
Dope, no.
No.
Oh boy,
The
let's
Spectrum.
Spectrum curse.
yeah, let's hope he's gonna come back, because that would be bad. Dope, no indeed. All right, let's do something we didn't do all event. Let's pause the timer.
Yep. I don't know what his outages are normally like, if he gets them.
It's normally not bad.
I don't think his outages are frequent at all.
Somebody from the couch just take over. Good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll drive over really quick, pick up his Wii, and bring it back.
Oh,
Oh wait, he may have just reconnected.
Well,
Are you back? Hello?
hey,
Seem to be having a bit of internet issues. I have the game paused.
Is it getting better or?
Aw. I'm about to go check the router. Oh wait, it's connecting back, I think. Perhaps, maybe so.
All right, well, Jake, you better start a run just in case, and in 3 hours he'll be ready. He'll be ready to pick it up.
Sounds good.
Vidya. Mom said it's my turn on the N64.
Here, I'm gonna take over, having not tried to run this since late 2019. It'll
Yeah,
go
dude, your first
fantastic.
run didn't even make it past this point. All right, calm down.
I mean, I like know most of the route from here. Like, it's fine.
Okay, my internet seems to be coming back up, so I apologize.
It happens. All good.
Just like
Especially
that
the
one time where you're supposed to race Matsu, and then the ISP was like, "Yeah, no, we're working on your internet."
Oh, I forgot
Forward.
that happened. Your internet went out for
Epic.
that.
All right. Can you try to go back live?
It says reconnection successful. It might boot up here soon.
Let me check if the stream not yet up.
All right, I'll just.
There it is.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
yo.
Discord stream just came back up. All right, we're good to go. We've
I
done
just
it.
restarted it.
Saved.
We did it.
Saved. Great. All right. So 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, go.
We're doing it.
All right, so it looks like we didn't miss anything. He must have paused right away. 'Cause all he did was right after Sakon hideout was completed.
I
So
swear
from
some
the
MM runner curse to have internet issues.
yeah, my stream goes offline every other day. It's the Spectrum diff.
I
Feel it.
I drop like 20,000 frames every 1/3 stream I do.
Spectrum knows me by name.
Me too. Pretty sure I'm on a blacklist.
Same.
Dude, the Twitter Spectrum guy actually like ignored me last time. Like he messaged me at first to DM him, and then when I replied to him, he like started answering me, and then he just stopped. Just gave
Yeah.
up on me.
I started just messing with a guy on Twitter, and I asked him to date me the last time I interacted.
Okay, well, there's a reason you're on the blacklist.
So wait a second. What is going on with this chat right now? It's not my fault. I don't work at Spectrum.
I don't even have Spectrum.
We're not sponsored by Spectrum, right? We can beat them up.
Yeah, we can shit on Spectrum all we want. It's fine.
Okay, good. Let's go.
If CSR ever gets sponsored by Spectrum, I don't think Trev will ever want to.
Yeah, actually, we
Run-
can't.
run-
We
run
can't
or
be friends
commentate.
anymore. If you accept the Spectrum sponsorship,
All right.
I don't think we can be friends.
All right, guys. Let's make a new incentive. $2,500. Trev needs to have Spectrum internet for the rest of his life.
No. I refuse. As soon as I'm out of this house, I am never giving Spectrum $1. All right.
Oh yeah, so we're on Dampe now.
Yeah. So this part of the run, for the rest of the this 3-day cycle, like Dope is playing with that timer at the bottom of the screen, and when that timer hits 0, the moon will crash and it will reload Dope's last save. Dope's last save was 3 hours ago. So if the moon crashes, we will lose 3 hours of progress, and there's a lot of stuff Dope needs to do before that timer hits 0, in order to like be following the route and like really be optimal. So he's going to be doing Dampe first, and one thing he was hoping for was good Dampe, and he actually has a chance to get it here.
It's 50-50 right now.
The way Dampe works is there's 4 spots that can have a flame, and 3 of them will have a flame. And you want it to be the first 3 that you check. And if it's the first 3 that you check, you save a minute. So there's 2 left, and one of them has a flame. So this is 50-50. It might have the flame.
And
Hey!
let's go.
Something interesting about that too is that's also the RNG for this is determined when you create your file.
just like the mask code and the hideout password.
I didn't know that.
Wait, but it
Interesting.
changes when you reload the area. Is it like a sequence?
I think it's just the first time is determined.
Okay. That's interesting. I did not know this. Yeah, one day I'm gonna have a nice fiber line, and I'm gonna tweet at the Spectrum guy, and it's not gonna be very nice things, okay? I don't want to say it on the ZSR.
So something Dope attempted to do there was when you shoot the Poe for the first time and it respawns, before it starts spinning at you, there's a 1-frame window where you can hit it with an arrow. Or just any weapon in general.
But yeah, since I got a good dampe, that does affect my in-game time, so it is going to be a bit earlier, but I can adjust that with my invert here. Can I weird shot, please?
Yeah, I'm fairly sure with a pre-created file you can get guaranteed good dampe.
Nice.
Nice.
So that fire ring is a little bit bigger than other fire rings we've opened by hookshotting at the chest and then opening it. So he has to do a weird shot. That way he can hookshot it from a little bit closer than normal. Otherwise it will not work. And now, the only things he needs to get in the graveyard now, he's picked up the bottle and he's picked up Captain's Hat. He still needs to get the rewards from day 1 and 2 graves, which is Song of Storms and a heart piece. So he's going to clip into this grave by side hopping into it at the right angle. You kind of just fall through the ground. And then he's got 2 Iron Knuckles to fight. And in very old routes of 100%, you'd actually do this part of the run extremely early when you only had 4 hearts. And Iron Knuckles do 4 damage, so they could kill you in those really, really old routes. This one they can't, but there is a really cool trick we can do here. So he's actually going to get the Iron Knuckle 1 hit from death. And then he's going to bait the Iron Knuckle over to this wall. And Iron Knuckles in MM are hookshotable. So he's going to use the Iron Knuckle to hookshot clip through the wall, drop a bomb, and he's going to backwalk until the Iron Knuckle dies to the bomb. And he's going to look to Void at the same frame that the cutscene starts. It's a 2-frame window, actually, because cutscenes take 2 frames to start. And he got it, so he skips like the 40-something second long cutscene of Flat explaining his life story. No one cares. By the way.
No one cares, let's just skip it. And this is Song of Storms, we use it once. Because we have to.
We do? We used it once on the moon because it's faster.
Wait, no, I'm thinking of, never mind, you clip into Gibdo. I was thinking of glitches. My brain's hardwired.
Alright, so the timer is still ticking.
Sounds useless.
It's worth noting that Dope is still inverted. So while he's inverted, time is progressing at 1/3 its normal speed. So each hour of in-game time, when uninverted, corresponds to around 45 seconds. So when he's inverted, each hour corresponds to 2 minutes and 15 seconds. But now he's uninverting, because otherwise he's going to end up being too early, and he's not going to hit an event at Clocktown that occurs when there is an hour and a half left.
Yeah, and that event is obtaining the couple's mask, which is the climax of the Plunging Cafe side quest.
Yep. Also, like, a big thing to clear up here, the timer at the bottom, a lot of people think that timer at the bottom is actually, like, real-world minutes and seconds, but it's actually still in-game hours and minutes. So one hour of in-game time still corresponds to 45 seconds. So, like, the timer will progress from 2 to 1 after 45 seconds, not a real minute. It has no real correspondence with real minutes, so it confuses a lot of people. So the timer is actually less time than you think it is, since what you thought was 1 minute is actually 45 seconds. So in the remaining timer, Dope actually still has plenty of things to do. We've
Oh, yeah.
graveyard is cleaned up, but now we're gonna head to Clocktown, and there's
Oh yeah.
I love this part.
There's something fun to do here.
Oh, there's plenty of fun stuff. So first of all, there's another one-try item recovery. If Dope fails this item recovery, he loses like over a minute. And you only get one try, and it's frame perfect, and you can't buffer it. So you better hope he gets it. Here we go.
Better get this.
No!
Oh.
Alright, so he's gonna have to get another priority mail now, since he couldn't recycle that one. But before he ends up doing that, he's gonna end up, we have a very exciting portion of the run.
Yeah, this is like arguably on the level of Beavers and how fun and entertaining it is.
I mean, it's exciting at first, if you've never seen how we get the rupees, and then after that, like, after the initial, like, newness of it, like, has worn off, it's no longer exciting.
And then the wallet dupe from ages ago play there. Since we never set the flag for getting the wallet from the bank. Just got the Giant's wallet.
Yeah. So what we need to do now is we need to get Bank Heart Piece. Bank Heart Piece is a heart piece you are awarded when you put 5,000 rupees in the bank. Now, we have no rupees in the bank, basically. We have, like, 200 right now. So, we need to get 4,800 more, and we're gonna do it in the next 7 to 8 minutes. The way we are doing this, as you can see, is I'll explain it on the next one, but basically, using the Big Po sells for 200 rupees, alright? 200 rupees is the most that any item in the game sells for, and there's 3 items that you sell for it. Big Po just happens to be one of them. So, Big Po is the most expensive item that we can sell, and what we can do is when you sell an item to Curiosity Shop Guy, and you hold the shield button, there is a 2-frame window where you can change the active item in Link's hand. So the way the game works is when you sell the Big Po, the game is trying to replace the Big Po bottle with an empty bottle. But if you change, in that 2-frame window, if you change the active bottle from the Big Po to the one of the 2 empty bottles that he put on the other 2 C buttons, then what he can do is instead of replacing the Big Po bottle with an empty bottle, it replaces an empty bottle with another empty bottle. You change the active item and you never lose the Big Po, so you can sell it over and over and over, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and that's all due to collection delay, similar to like the Goron and Deku versions that we did for duping the wallet and getting the title deed. Here it's just a different version that allows us to input something in between getting the item here.
TLDR, you absolutely scammed the shop guy. Gets scammed out of his mind.
Yep, and now that we've explained that and the initial appeal of it has worn off, please watch 6 more minutes.
Yeah.
Now we're just gonna sit here for like 5-6 minutes.
This is actually the same type of collection delay that Ocarina of Time uses to get early Eyeball Frog by holding R. Except this time it's used for crime.
I mean, do we have any donations? Because it's literally just this for like 4 or 5 more minutes.
Isn't it like 7?
I mean, we're a little bit. How many rupees do we have in the bank right now?
We'll be at like 2,100 after this.
Okay. We're almost halfway there, guys. I mean, you've held out so strong till now, right? You can't give up now. All right, you're committed now. You've watched 2,000 rupees of this. You have to stay till the end.
Did you know that there are 10 cow figures in Clocktown?
I did know that.
Yeah, that's sick.
But do you know where they all are?
Ooh,
I got you.
I can name like a few. I can probably name like most of them. There's probably some I forget.
All right, then where are they then? We have time.
Okay.
We got like
so-
2,000 more rupees to get. Give me them. Give me them.
Okay. So there's one at the bank. There's
Yep.
one in sword school.
Yep.
There's one in the inn.
Where?
Is there, at Anju's desk, or is it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Nope. There is one. It's on like the shelf.
And
next
then
to the desk.
there's one at the reception desk in the mayor's residence.
Yep.
Is there one in the milk bar? In the bar?
No. No, there's not.
A wasted opportunity by Nintendo.
For real.
There's one on the counter at the trading post.
Yes. Yes, there is. So I think you've gotten 5 of them now.
Yeah,
I think you've
5.
gotten- you've gotten 5.
There's one in the bomb shop counter.
Yep. 6.
Is there one in the post office?
No.
Uh,
I'm trying to keep track of which ones you missed in my head.
where are the rest of them?
Is there one in the lottery?
There is.
Wow.
Let's go.
Wow.
I don't ever go in there.
I
Look
don't
at this guy flexing his game knowledge.
know.
Okay, so that's 7.
Yeah, there's 3 more. Would you like a hint?
Is there one in the mayor's room, like where the meeting
There
happens?
is. There's one in the mayor's room.
Okay,
on his
okay,
desk.
okay.
That's
Got
8.
one.
There's 2 more. How many rupees do we have? How much time do you have?
We're at 3,600.
All right.
Uh-oh.
You have until Dope gets all the rupees to guess.
Is,
where
oh,
the last
is
two
there
are.
one on the chess game counter?
No.
Don't think Town Archery has one. Where are the last 2? Oh my god.
One of them's actually really funny, but I can't say why.
Isn't there one in the back room of Curiosity Shop?
Yep.
Oh. You mean the back as in like Cafe's Hideout?
Yeah.
Or like, okay. Where's the last one?
Would you like me to repeat all the ones you mentioned?
I think I remember all of them.
Okay.
4,200.
I feel like
Thinking.
there might be another one in the inn. Don't know where. I feel like there's another one in the inn. I might be mistaken though.
Is there another
You-
one in the
you are
inn
correct.
upstairs?
You are
Where-
correct. It is in the inn, but where
Is
in
it
the
is it in the bunk room on the square table?
inn? No, I don't think so.
Is there one in Grandma's room?
Yes, I believe that's where it is.
I don't remember where it is, but I know this one in there.
It's on
It
one
might,
of her.
it might be on one of the
pretty,
shelves.
I'm pretty sure it's on one of her bookshelves.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, you
Honestly,
can jump
this is
Sorry.
as good of a way to use this time as any.
Okay, I correct. Wait, what? What did I just see there? Okay, never mind. I just saw in the game my name. Never mind. B Wild Beast donated $10 saying, "I'm sorry, Dope, but I'm leaving the stream doing bank air heart piece. It bores the hell out of me, and frankly, I can think of a whole host of things I'd rather be doing, including playing with a rubber band. Please." Oh my
Why not?
god. Oh my god.
I agree with that.
That's a good one. Thank you to whoever did that.
Be Wild Beast, you're a champ.
The glitchless Hundo God.
That was a great bank heart piece session.
That actually was. That was a good use of our time. I think.
Yeah. So I think I got 8 of them, and Jake got 2 of the ones I missed. So I got a good portion.
That was actually pretty good. I think you did a good job there. All right, you get an A-.
Let's go.
Alright, so finally Bank Heart Piece is over. During that time that we were doing Bank Heart Piece, it actually burned a whole bunch of in-game time. So Cafe shows up to the inn now, and will reach Anju's room with an hour and a half left so that we can get couples mass. So this works out pretty well. Optimally, it would actually be like Cafe would already be here and we wouldn't wait any time. But managing it like this is actually safer for marathon purposes because it maximizes the time we're going to have after this. Because this still isn't even the last thing we're doing this cycle. There's more stuff to do, so having it work out like this means that we maximize the time afterwards here to do the last couple things in this cycle before the moon crashes.
Yeah, I'm going to be inverting.
Nah, you're fine.
I would
Come
in
on.
PB. Should I?
Don't invert.
Don't invert unless you have to. Like, wait
Okay.
till later.
Okay.
And if you make a mistake, then invert. Because, like, the only thing that can really cause you to invert is, like, failing the hover,
Mega
right?
flips, yeah.
Yeah. And if you invert after failing that, like, you'll have so much time to do it still that it's fine.
Yeah. I knew I'd be fine, but...
No. Okay, if it goes wrong, you can blame us. It's on us at this point.
Alright.
And by us, I mean it's Jess's fault.
What? Wait, what? Wow.
Trev shifting the blame once again.
I'm putting it all on Trev. It's
I'm
all
never
Trev's
wrong.
fault.
I'm never wrong.
I also put it on Trev.
Okay.
Wow.
That,
I see how it is.
Overruled.
You know what?
that means it's
Why
on
am I
Trev.
even here? I'll just go. All right. So this is the last area we are going to go to before the end of this 3-day cycle, and we just have to clear up a couple things. We don't have Frog Heart Piece, so Dope is getting that now. We still don't actually have a sword. You may have noticed we've been playing the last hour of the run completely without a sword. A B-button sword, rather. We still have Great Fairy Sword, so we're not really swordless, but, like, no B-button sword because it's been here the entire time, upgrading from Razor to Gilded. So here's the Gilded Sword. And then we need to get a Heart Piece, Biggest Bomb Bag, and Powder Keg. And after we have those 3 things, we are done with the 3-day cycle, and Dope can play Song of Time. So he needs to get those 3 things before the timer hits 0. And if he makes a mistake, it's going to be an issue, but he can invert to save it. And, but if he has to invert, he loses times.
On paper, it might sound fine, but for the heart piece, he's gonna have to do a hover while the screen is shaking at points.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, the shaking is, like, really, really disruptive if it happens right when you're, like, trying to time a mega flip, mostly. It doesn't really matter for hovers, but, like, a mega flip is rather bad.
Like right now.
Yeah. He got it perfectly, though.
Let me do another here. Safety.
If he gets this mega, he'll be fine.
Ooh.
We're still fine.
Yeah, this looks good.
He's gonna want to invert though, I think.
No, Imabis, I went over this. The timer isn't seconds, so it's actually less than 45 seconds. Because remember, the timer corresponds to in-game hours and minutes. So if it says 45, that's actually around a little bit over 30 real seconds.
Oh my god, he's not inverting.
He doesn't. He's got this. He's got this. Look it.
Wait.
Like 3 seconds. Oh my god. The
he's
moon's
fine.
gonna cry. It's over.
No!
Oh my god.
Wait, that's so bad.
Wait, that song of Double Time. What are you doing?
Watch.
Oh! Wait, that's
Oh
so
my
hard.
god.
That's so smart.
Ocarina!
That's so
Oh my
hard.
god!
Holy.
Oh my god! He just killed me.
Okay.
Oh my god,
Oh.
I'm dead
Oh
inside.
my god.
So, okay. What Dope just did, he played Song of Double Time because on night 3, you cannot play Song of Double Time on night 3 because there's no day afterwards. So it popped up a text box that says you can't play Song of Double Time, which means that while that text box is up telling you can't play Song of Double Time, time is frozen. He froze time with that text box for a couple
I cannot
seconds.
believe that just happened.
my god. That was... I thought it was over when he curled in front of the Goron. I was like, oh...
I cannot believe that just happened. Dude, my voice is like hoarse now.
Dude, I'm shaking so hard, man.
You had
Oh
like
my
one
God.
frame left or something.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You had the mash ocarina. Oh my god. Wow. Oh.
It's okay though, because we had a backup file, right?
Yeah.
Totally.
Still, though.
Alright, so
my
now
Christ.
now we're stocking up on explosives.
It would have been really funny though if you said no, we don't have a backup file. Oh my god.
I think this is the last set of explosives we need for the rest of the... I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Alright. So that 3-day cycle that lasted almost 3 hours was, well, basically 3 hours, was the longest 3-day cycle of the run. The next 2 3-day cycles are much, much shorter, and they're just to clean up what's left in the run, what we haven't already obtained. So this includes, like, we haven't really been to Romani Ranch yet. There's, like, scattered heart pieces in certain areas. There's a Kana cleanup that we need to do. Blast Mask in Clocktown, like a whole... Stuff like that. Also, because Dope failed item recovery earlier, he's gonna have to do something to get another priority mail during the cycle, which will cost him time. Which he wouldn't have had to do if he got the priority mail item recovery in the previous cycle. So, a little bit of stuff to do. Mostly cleanup, but there is more tight in-game time segments coming up that hopefully will not be as
I'm
scary.
not playing it that close again, man. I hate you guys for telling me not to invert. God.
No, but the run is better for it, though. If you'd inverted, we wouldn't have had that moment. All right, after
It's better
the
entertainment. But
in
God, I just
retrospect,
had
it's
heart
better for it.
palpitations.
All right. Oh my god.
I just aged like 10 years because of that.
I had a heart attack and now I'm in the hospital doing commentary. In my hospital bed.
Somebody
So-
submit that to God Jonas, bro. That is...
So the big in-game time save now, or the big in-game time event remaining is aliens. So we're gonna be working up to the aliens event now. If at 3:49 on night 1, the aliens will take the cows, and we will be unable to get the rewards associated with that. And so, I mean, if Dope wanted to play it really tightly, I mean, you show up to the ranch at, you know,
Shut
like
the hell up.
3:32-ish, 3:33-ish.
Yeah.
No.
And then you have like 15
Sounds like the
in-game
good
minutes
stuff.
or about 10 seconds to kill the first wave of aliens. You know, I mean, it's free with time stop. You have time stop in a glitched category.
Yeah.
It's free. You could probably show up at like 3:35 and be fine. Or you could show up at 3:47 and pause buffer the aliens.
Yeah, dude. Good idea.
Okay. I'm still calming down.
I'm still
after
trying
that.
to process what happens.
I'm telling you, my brain is massive for that
I
song
actually-
double time play.
I don't know what to say anymore. That's the most nervous I've ever gotten watching anyone play this game, I'm pretty sure. You're literally in the middle of a marathon about to moon crash.
It's
So this is
fine.
opponent archery. Probably like one of the harder minigames to consistently do fast, I would say. And there are like a few ways to go about clearing it.
That wasn't too bad.
Alright. So yeah, the stuff remaining in this cycle is again just cleanup. We haven't been to the ranch. We did almost nothing in Akana earlier. There's still like Akana Castle and like a lot of the mini games in Akana, and we don't have Gibdo Mask. This cycle is a lot of cleanup because you got to remember we've done all 4 dungeons by this point. But it doesn't mean it's not hard because again there is like the in-game time segment during this run, and the in-game time segment played optimally is really tight. I don't know if we can convince Dope to play it really risky again after what happened last time. But optimally, it is very risky. You just don't, you normally wouldn't want to do that for a marathon. Oh man, it's, wait.
Also, I need to see all the Frankers in chat.
We might need a chant for Frankers in the chat.
Yeah.
We might need a chant. Alright, we need as many Frankers as possible to guarantee that our Frankers wins this race. Alright. So we're looking for a dog with a good text box. The gold dog is optimal, but the bright white dogs also have like the second best speeds. So the gold dog ended up having bad text, so Dope is opting for the white dog here. And it needs to get first or second in order for us to get this heart piece. So everyone cheer on our Franker Z. Long as we don't lose to blue.
He has good speed.
Yeah, it looks like
Yeah,
good speed.
he
so
should win, but
as long as he doesn't get stuck.
we'll see.
He's doing it.
He's doing it, bro.
Wait, no, he took the outside. He's an idiot. He
What
took
is
the
he
outside.
doing, man?
He took the outside. Wait, no.
Throwing.
Oh,
Wait. Oh, wait.
That might be
Did that work?
second.
That was
I
either
think
second
that
or
was.
third.
I
Was
think it's
that?
second.
If that was
I think
second,
that was
it's good.
second.
Was it second?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, let's go. Easy.
Your dog was an idiot, though. He took the
I know.
outside rather than the inside.
It's time to gather up those lemons.
Dog throwing for content.
I've already thrown enough, man.
Alright, and this is lemons. That's all I have. It's lemon.
This is walk around in an
Why is
upside
he
down U
behind
pattern.
here, bro?
Spark goes crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, the song's kind of nuts, though.
I had a controller with a broken B button, and sometimes it would just release the B button. Once I'm at the very end of this, like,
That's actually so sad.
Why is he all the way up there? Oh,
I've always thought I was gonna randomly release you one day on accident somehow, but it hasn't happened yet. But I'm still paranoid.
it's a terrible feeling.
Do you know if they can run outside the pen?
I have heard stories of them running out of bounds before. I've never seen it, but other runners have claimed to have had it happen to them.
That guy was trying to leave, dude. He was scared.
He was on a mission, right? Your run isn't important to him.
True. That's why I got bad luck.
It's about time for start of the in-game time segment.
Yeah, couple more things to do in small, and then he'll be Song of Double Time tonight. And then as soon as Dope makes it night 1, from that moment on, he's on a clock. Because once he makes it night 1, we're working towards Alien segment, and at most he can slow down time with Inverted Song of Time, but he doesn't want to. If he has to slow down with Inverted Song of Time, then he's losing time as long as the song is active, because you don't want to, like... As long as time is progressing slowly, you're not completing the segment as fast as you could.
You want to get Lulu Heart Piece as well? Coming up here.
Oh, that's at the end. I'm
Yeah,
not getting
before-
OG now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the first in-game time restriction we're trying to meet is Blast Mask. That one's not as tight as Aliens, but it's still something to be aware of. We need to get to Clocktown. Like, the event starts at 12:20, but you want to be there like right before that in North Clocktown.
Yeah, so like the interesting thing about this segment is because it's an in-game time segment and the clock can only progress so fast and events happen at certain times. Technically, if the segment is done optimally without slowing down the time, there's only one speed this segment can happen at. Like every runner who can do this segment at optimal speed will basically, it'll take the exact same amount of time. But mistakes happen, and like this segment when you're on PB pace is really, really scary because of how easy it is to like make a mistake. And then you lose so much time for mistakes in-game time segments because you don't just lose the time of the mistake, you then have to fix your in-game time afterwards, which compounds upon the mistake. So
Pretty much in invert alone, like the bare minimum time loss from that is like 30 seconds, and then there's the time where you stay inverted. Alright, it's time for 55 Swamp Archery, right?
Yep.
So we're gonna see Swamp Archery here, and like how fast you go here is important for the in-game time segment. It's because you finish the minigame faster if you go fast. Forehead.
alright, 54 right here.
Calling a 55.
55.
Yucky.
52. Wow.
52. Can't believe it.
So bad.
So the entire time that the score is counting down here, in-game time is still passing, but that's all accounted for. This is all working towards Blast Mask, which happens at midnight, and then Aliens, which happens, you gotta be there no later than around 3:30, or else you will be late, probably. Well, I mean, you could be there after 3:30, but Dope doesn't want to be.
I love
Want
this.
to be.
Shoutouts to Nintendo making that super long animation of the timer counting back down.
Yeah, so like going fast in this minigame, it does save time, but because the timer has to count down anyway, it like saving full seconds in this minigame doesn't save a full second per se.
Yeah.
It saves
Yeah.
like half a second because the timer counts down at like double speed when you've beaten the minigame, I guess. So you save like half a second for every second that you beat the minigame faster. It's really lame.
It's cool that this segment works out this way because in Icona, one of the minigames you do, the Poe Hut, in-game time doesn't pass during that. So it actually ends up being really convenient that the segment can route out this way.
Yep.
Calling a 51. Okay.
So bad, dude.
As long as
Oh,
you make
that
it to
was-
Got a
Blast Mask.
48.
48! Oh!
Honestly, kick this
Wow.
guy off the stream.
Yeah,
What am
Yeah,
I
he's not
doing,
good.
man?
he's done. He's banned. At the very least, like, the Swamp Archery alone is not gonna make him be late for Blast Mask, so...
Yeah. I mean, a 48 is perfectly acceptable. There are runners who get like low 40s and they can make Blast Master just
Yeah.
fine because of how little time you actually lose for being slow at this minigame. Because of the counting down timer. You lose a little bit, but not
It's
that
just
much.
it's just fun to meme on people when they don't get a 54.
True. I've never
And then-
gotten a 54.
Like, getting a 54 just means you have that little bit of extra time to spare.
Yeah, the frames. Truly. All right, so we need to be back at Clocktown by midnight, and you can see we're past 10 o'clock right now. There's less than 2 in-game hours, and if Dope has to invert, he will lose time. So he doesn't want to have to slow down time. He still has to get these Tingle maps, which he did a Tingle cutscene skip for. He shot down Tingle and then interacted with the owl to not get the Tingle cutscene, which saves a little bit of time. That cutscene's not really that long, but it's something. And then he also has to do Pohut minigame, get Gibdo Mask, and get the Heart Piece in Akana Castle. As well as get Mirror Shield, all before Blast Mask.
Oh.
So he's gonna do all of that before midnight on the clock.
Oh wait, yeah, I forgot you don't get Elegy until way later.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right at the end of cycle 3.
Alrighty, friends, we got $30 from Fox saying good luck on the rest of the run, Dope. Thank you so much, Fox. Turn around, commentated, ran. Now he's donating. Thank you.
What's up, Fox?
So yeah, so Dope did another frame perfect Poe kill there. Or at least I'm like 90% sure that's frame perfect.
Alright, so this trick coming up here is pretty much gonna depend whether I invert or not.
Yeah, this one is a really, really precise ground clip, and there's like a lot of little minute things that can make it fail. It's really hard to detect some of them, so you have to really practice this trick, and even then it can go wrong. Like little variants in like camera angle and stuff can make it fail, but Dope got it, so he's on track, he's on the pace to make it back to Clocktown. So it's like 10:55, so he needs to grab this Gibdo Mask, and then all he has to do is go get the 2 items in Akana Castle, and then get back to Clocktown before 12. If done really fast, he has enough time. It's just barely. So in the next 50 seconds that the clock is running, he needs to get the heart piece in Akana Castle on top of the pillar, drop down and get Mirror Shield. It can be done.
I don't remember who, but I've heard people have had issues with that clip because of like their left notch or like being slightly out of it or something. Seems really dumb.
Yep.
That's a problem.
It's extremely precise. The Poe is only vulnerable for 1 frame, Fox, but it might not be frame perfect if the sword hitbox is active within the Poe's body for multiple frames, because then you can cover multiple frames. Only if that's the case, though, because I don't know if that's the case.
Yeah, I don't know either. It feels like it's only active for, like, the Poe's only vulnerable for 1, but I've never, like...
No, the Poe is active for 1, but
Oh,
if the sword hitbox is in the body of the Poe for multiple frames, then it doesn't matter that the Poe's only vulnerable for 1, because then you're covering multiple frames with your sword hitbox instead.
This hover is really fun and laggy. You can actually do inverted cam here, and I think you save like a second just in lag reduction, but...
I heard about that, that's so interesting.
Only inverted cam didn't suck.
Yeah. Just run SRM categories, you'll get good at them.
Alright guys, 11:50 is entering the load zone. If he doesn't get back to Clocktown by like 12:10, he's kinda screwed. He's gotta get this weird shot.
I'm just gonna...
Okay, still savable, still savable.
Run it close.
Yeah, ideally you just weird shot here because shooting the sunblock pauses in-game time, but if you make a mistake, then you have to back it up by shooting the sunblock.
We're looking good, we're looking good.
Yeah.
we'll be fine.
Not nearly as tight is end cycle.
No, we need his uninverted aliens, and we got the triad.
Yeah. Don't even do time stop at the or with the fairy before shrine.
Don't even do Gossip Stone time stop. Just get all the way up there.
Alright, so this is what he would need to make it for. He made it, you know, like a couple seconds ahead of time, but that's how tightly it's routed. You only have room for like a couple seconds of mistakes, and if you do make those couple seconds of mistakes, then you have to slow down time so that you still make this. And then while Sakon is running around North Clocktown, Dope needs to get that heart piece. He's going to roll through these bushes so that Keaton will trigger while he's getting this heart piece up here on the tree. And then he's going to jump down and talk to the Keaton all before Sakon leaves the area. So that he gets all these heart pieces while he has to wait on Sakon to leave the area anyway. And he's going to do the Keaton quiz. This is the Japanese version, so he's memorized like the answer sets. For
Oh,
each
that was the bottom. That's a tricky one.
Alright, everybody out.
I was just about to say MM runners are all fluent.
That's okay. He can back that up at Milk Road.
Yeah, it's gonna go back to like you can either do it before aliens or before Gorman Race.
I'm probably gonna do it before Gorman Race here, so my in-game time isn't.
Yep.
I don't mess up Eclipse too horribly.
So ideally what Dope wanted to happen was he wanted to get the heart piece there and hold it above his head and still have the text blocks, because Sakon would keep moving, but it would pause the in-game time just to make this section a bit more lenient.
No, Fox, that was not the Darmani Mikau question. I know what that
It was
one
a
looks
question.
like.
It uses like a similar character, right? Like you use the same character for the video.
Yeah, I think when it asks the question. Yeah,
and
no, I think that
Curry
one's-
Chicken. Curry Chicken asked why you tried to do the weird shot instead of shooting the sunblock right away with light arrows. And the reason for that is if you shoot the sunblock with light arrows, it causes a cutscene to occur, and that cutscene freezes in-game time. But in-game time segments, if you can do them fast enough such that you can make it without ever freezing in-game time, it is faster to do so. Right, if you freeze the in-game clock, you're delaying the Blast Max event. Does that make sense? Like, during the entire time that the cutscene is playing for the sunblock, you are losing time because the clock is frozen. So when you get to, like, North Clocktown to do the Blast Mask event, you're gonna have to wait longer for it to start.
He's gonna have to invert now, I think, by the way.
Yeah, I'm pretty much guaranteed an invert, at least 2 time stops, but since I messed up the Keaton thing, like Jess said, it burned up in-game time, because when you hold the heart piece over your head, Sakon still continues to run away, but in-game time doesn't pass. So you can actually save like a few minutes by doing that, but if I messed it up...
You missed the fairy time stop before entering too, right?
Yeah, the fairy healed me. So we'll get our nuts because we no longer need that bottle, and for source requirement, we need nothing in our inventory can have a bottle over it.
Yeah, this entire segment is really, really tense because, again, we're working up towards aliens. So, like, this part right here is one of the tightest routed segments in the run. A single mistake immediately screws it, which is why Dope is saying that he might already be, like, done. He might have to slow down time. Like, if you do it perfectly, you can make it without slowing down time, but the smallest mistake actually ruins this one, which really sucks because it's right at the end of the run. So you have to be really practiced at this part of the run, and it still will ruin, like, tons of PB attempts.
Yeah, the segment's way tighter than Blast Mask. It's basically like it's only Secret Shrine, but it's routed tight enough to where it only being Secret Shrine is still really tight.
Yep. in particular, you can like really lose time on like the wart fight, I guess.
Yeah.
If something goes wrong, and like, I guess you can have to spin slash twice on Dynalphos if they do something weird.
Normally it's just wart that'll determine most things, from what I can tell.
See, I'll probably end up inverting after Dynalphos.
Have you ever tried for the platforms that are elevated for Wizrub here, crouch stab angled upward?
I have, but I need to mess with it more.
Okay. I find it like more consistent usually.
See, after I kill these guys, I'll invert here.
Yeah, this is definitely an invert. He wants to be entering the ranch at 3:30. Technically, you could, Trev was saying, we could go later, but that's like really sketch. Though since we can do time stop off the gossip zones, you could technically enter later than 3:30, where it's still safe.
Dodo, most runners do not do the Wizrobe quick kill for that Wizrobe and Secret Shrine, because if you do it wrong, you can actually soft lock. It is very easy to soft lock, unfortunately.
It's like kind of random, I'm pretty sure.
I've heard it
think
depends
there's
on
a
like the
strat-
camera.
Yeah, I think there's a strat that I've seen people come up with that can like prevent it from soft locking, but most people aren't comfortable with it.
Oh, really? I heard it's still soft locked sometimes.
I'd have to ask. I haven't.
I never got a clear cut. I thought I heard Sample talking about it once.
Yeah.
I've never gotten like a clear answer myself. I haven't looked into it much, but
It might be Turkin, but I don't know it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, inverting on aliens is not really that bad, considering how hard this part is. But generally, in PB attempts, you don't want to invert. That's like a good 30 seconds.
Yeah. Like, at the very top level, you would rather, like, your run just, like, die here, like, than invert. Like, you'll always try to force it, basically. Because if you don't force it, then your PB is basically just dead. In a lot of cases. But playing it a little bit safe, slowed down time, so he's going to shoot all the aliens, and then he's going to uninvert right away. And then he can pick it up from where he was before.
so the reason Dope was shooting arrows through the barn, it's called barn shot. There's an alien on the side of it, and the barn just doesn't have arrow collision. So your arrows just go right through it.
So Dope is gonna have to shoot one more wave of aliens. Any aliens, when they spawn, they take a certain amount of time to reach the barn. So he has to kill at least one more wave that after 4. If he waits till after 4 and starts killing aliens, they won't. The ones that spawn to replace the ones he killed will not have enough time to reach the barn. So he's going to start killing them now, and he also moved Epona, because after this event, he's going to want to use Epona, and he's going to spawn in that area where he moved Epona to. So he's just moving Epona closer to where he's going to be after this cutscene.
And also, you only want to... Oh, you can go ahead.
No, you.
I was going to say, you only want to kill 2 waves, because you can, as you can probably tell, every time you kill an alien, it lags a bit, so you want to kill as few as possible.
Yeah, and so now what Dope is doing is he's actually, with the remaining time before the alien event ends, he hovers out of bounds, and he's going to store Song of Double Time. And Song of Double Time is actually going to allow Tim to just do a cutscene skip. Or not a cutscene skip, he's going to use it for... It's the day reset, right? Am I following this
We're
correctly?
advancing days here.
Oh, no, that's right, because you... Yeah, you already have the song.
Yeah, you get the milk text box, and then you confirm Song of Double Time.
That's right. So pay attention to right here then. After he gets the milk text box, there's going to be a very quick song, or right before actually. Song of Double Time text box was right there. And so now the day will advance immediately afterwards and go to day 2, which just saves a little bit of time, because otherwise Dope would have to play Song of Double Time after getting the milk. So
Yeah.
you could do it either way, but it's just a little bit faster.
What he's
It
doing
was-
here is something called bomb crap. So earlier we duped over Deku Nuts, which had an ammo count of 0. And the requirements to dupe over something isn't necessarily the ammo count to be 0, it just needs to make like that you cannot use noise and like not let you use the item, which happens if you happen to have 3 explosives on the ground. So he's gonna abuse the fact that that happens with explosives in order to dupe a bottle over his shoes. And he actually equip swapped his shoes as well over light arrows, and that's in order to preserve them through Song of Time, which will come into play later. And then he's
Can't
just
hear
gonna
it.
use the Gossip Stone here to store some songs.
Yeah, and he pulled Ocarina there so he could get stop B and play songs mid-time stop.
Yeah.
You're gonna see a
And that
cutscene
song of
skip
Double
here.
Time is for another cutscene skip. The game was about to take him to the Creamia Ride cutscenes, but by using Song of Double Time, that initiates a day reset, which does end up skipping that cutscene. So the way the cutscenes for Creamia work is now basically the next time Dope is in Milk Road at night 2, it's going to try to start that Creamia cutscene. But we want to skip that one too, so he's going to do another skip for that one after he does Gorman Race. Also, he has to do Keaton here first, though, which he's stopping to do. So, basically, the Creamia cutscenes that are involved with the Creamia ride are in progress now, and you can either watch them or skip them sequentially. And we're going to be skipping the first 2. Alright,
Second try.
first try. What are you talking about?
I don't know. I'm wrong. It was first try. My bad.
Everything in this run has only been first try.
Especially getting the powder keg. That was definitely first try.
That
as
was
well.
definitely first try.
All right, Dope. You have to get sub 46.7.
Yeah. Honestly, run is invalid if this isn't a 46.
I think I've seen you lose a PB to this race before.
Dope or me?
Yeah, Dope.
I've lost a lot of time because of it, but I've never lost the PV.
Hmm.
Yeah, I already fucked it up. I was supposed to use one more carrot at the beginning, but I forgot because I'm stupid.
So this minigame isn't that interesting, but there is a bit of
Oh my
carrot
god.
management
That
that
was
goes
almost
into it.
48.
Wow,
That
that
was gross, dude.
47.9. I'm done. I'm out of here. Bye.
Alright. So now, Dope is gonna try to skip the second cutscene here. And so he's gonna do a precise setup to get really, really close to the load zone, like basically right next to it. And then if he's right next to the load zone, what he can do is he can play Song of Double Time. And as we discussed already, if Milk Road is at night 2, the next Creamia cutscene is gonna try to play. But if he's as close to the load zone as possible, he can actually move into it right as the cutscene starts. So you see, the game had like a cinematic camera angle there. It was trying to start it, and then he loaded the Gorman racetrack, which is where the next cutscene starts. So he had to trigger the second one so that this one would trigger properly as well. And so he's now skipped this first and second Creamia cutscene and cut right to the last one.
I believe that's JP exclusive too, because of how Song of Double Time was changed in English. He doesn't like turn in the cutscene.
I think you can still do it on English. Pretty sure.
Really? Interesting.
I think so.
Yeah, you definitely can with Sun Song.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I've done it in Bingo before, which is on English.
That's weird. I thought it was because of like, you know how he like turns in JP after you play it?
Yeah.
I don't think that happens on English.
Is it not?
I don't think so.
The lag reduction.
Oh yeah. Oh no, he's gonna fail this sequence.
They're breaking the milk bottles, bro. What the heck?
Why are you looking down? You should be shooting at them.
Dude, my analog stick, man, it's stuck.
You do
I
the
can't
thing
move
where
it.
you shoot into the sky and then the arrows freeze, so you can see like multiple trails of arrows in the sky. So I like this. In this mini game, when you shoot arrows, the arrows actually freeze after a couple frames of being in the air, and they only resume moving when you fire another, which is why it looks like that. It's just like a really silly detail that I really enjoy.
Does looking down actually reduce lag? I don't know if it does.
I mean, there is sometimes lag when they run through the bushes, and if you're not looking at it, it normally doesn't happen, so yes. It's so little lag that it barely matters, but it could matter, so there's no reason not to do it.
I'm pretty sure it definitely helps the swamp shooting.
Alright, everyone avert your eyes. Dope is about to potentially... Alright, it might not be necessary,
Corner
but
He's
spawn.
about to cheat.
Dope might be about to cheat at the minigame. Alright, so just nobody look and no one will have to tell him off for cheating. Or...
Oh.
Looks like we're gonna need to cheat.
It's time to cheat.
Right through the
Wow,
block.
cheater.
Alright, no one was looking. No one saw that.
Cool, man.
What a cheater. Can't believe this guy.
There's something you can actually do here that's a bit of a reroute. If you actually get insane chess minigame RNG, I've never had it. If you get insane chess minigame RNG, you can actually go get the couples mask heart piece now, or the mayor's heart piece. Because they close at 8, and when you walk in there, you'll get the heart piece, and then they'll immediately kick you out, which saves the time of having to leave later. But, like, I don't think I've seen anyone get it.
So interesting thing about Tower Tree is on Japanese version, every wave is shorter. I think it totals to a 15-second deduction on the total time you have for this minigame. Something like that. So getting 50 on Japanese is harder, but it's not like the worst thing ever.
For the second version of this minigame, are you gonna do perfect skip, Dope?
I don't know. What?
What? Come on!
It's frame perfect, man!
Wait, no it's not!
That's English you're talking about.
Isn't it easier on JP? I thought it was easier.
No!
Nah, JP's harder.
You're
Am
on
I crazy?
something.
I think you are crazy, Trev.
I think you're
Yeah,
thinking
English is the easier one.
I swear it's not frame perfect. But, okay, yeah, it is harder on JP. It is harder on JP.
But yeah, for this, a common strategy you'll see is when the next wave of octos are coming out, you'll try to aim at one of the ones you know where it is and shoot it as it pops out, just to give you that slight bit of extra time on the more tight waves.
Yeah. The only, like, really hard wave that a lot of runners struggle with is the one coming up right here at 30 points, where it's 5 that you have to shoot in an X pattern, and there's a bunch of blue ones that you could accidentally shoot while doing that. Well, I am definitely sleep deprived.
Yeah, all the other waves aren't that bad though. I think go for the perfect skip.
Yeah, there's a skip where you can save this perfect, like, you can skip it completely, this perfect text on screen, just not have it. Do you see how long it was on screen? Imagine skipping that, jeez.
Imagine skipping that if you're a task, dude. Oh my god. Couldn't be me.
Now we're getting the circus leader's mask.
Yep. This part is very exciting.
Yeah.
This part is this song is they call it Ballad of the Windfish, but it's not anything like the Ballad of the Windfish from the actual Link's Awakening. It doesn't sound like anything from Link's Awakening. It's fraudulent. As fraudulent as I am.
Fraudulent as you are for calling yourself Dope's #1 fan.
It's true. It's true. But if that guy was Dope's #1 fan, right? Are they still here? They're watching the whole run, right?
They better be.
I got him. Maybe. I'm gonna be owned when they say something in chat.
Yeah, there's not really much to say here. The only thing I can say is that you want to end the sequence on Goron. That's all there is to say about this.
Yeah, it just like saves a transform because you want to be Goron to move afterwards, I guess.
Oh yeah, you're gonna grab Lulu heart piece after this, right?
Try back up. Chateau, yeah.
Oh yeah, you have to back that up.
Lulu Heart Piece is yeah, you're doing that right before Elegy, right? So it's not until the end of the cycle. Which we're very near the end of the cycle at this point. There's not much left. We're just doing Circus Leader Mask, and then he's gotta pick up a couple items in West Clocktown. And then after that he's basically done. So we are very much nearing the end of the run at this point. There is not much left.
Yes, and I'm very positive we are finishing below estimate. I'm up to 10 minutes.
Yeah, I don't think you can hit 5 hours at this point unless
No.
to leave.
I'd have to do something insanely dumb.
No, he didn't mess up Bank Heart Piece. He forgot Lulu Heart Piece in Zora Hall, so he's 1 heart piece short at the moment.
Alright, quick math. 500 minus 73, go.
That's your job.
520 or 427.
If we do the math for you, it's a co-op run.
Yeah.
Was it 73 or 2?
See, now Fox is now the co-op runner of the speedrun. We have to credit
Which one?
Fox now as well.
Yeah.
%, no major glitches by dopezzera with mathematical assistance by the recurring Fox.
Calculating algebra equations during the speedrun.
If you use a calculator, does that make it a task? Yes. It should.
Also, 427 is actually almost an optimal number to be withdrawing rupees here because you want to have as minimal banker cursor movements as possible. If the 4 were like a 3 or like a... couldn't be anything higher really, but like a 3 or 2, that would be ideal.
If you use a bot for the Evans song, that's cursed.
I have it memorized now, though. We're good. Alright, so the reason Dope needed to withdraw that amount of money was just so that he could buy all Knight's Mask here. It does cost a full wallet of 500 rupees. Now, if Dope had paused for a half second, he wouldn't have had to wait for his rupee count to increment there, but he didn't do that.
Hush.
But, After that, so now that he has all Knight's Mask, there is something he's gonna do here. Because he failed item recovery in the previous 3-day cycle, he does need to get another express mail to Mama and give that to Cafe's mom to get the final Chateau bottle.
This is Song of Time storage. This is pretty cool. You don't really see this too much.
I'm a dummy.
And with the Curiosity Shop, for those who are less familiar, the All Night Mask is only there if you save the Blast Mask lady. Otherwise, the big bump bag is gonna be there.
So there you saw he played Song of Time, but like he didn't go back in time. That's what happens when you store the song and play it. It has a couple effects. The main thing though in this case is that it resets all of the story related flags. So he's able to get the mail again.
Yeah, well, he didn't get the mail in that 3-day cycle, but you can't get the mail in a cycle where you get Blast Mask, which is why he needs to.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Blast Mask and the mail are mutually exclusive events in one cycle, so the Song of Time resets all the flags so that he can get mail.
Can't believe
friends.
this is a 5-cycle run now.
5-cycle run.
Yeah, it was a 4-cycle, now it's 5. Because Dope had the backup priority mill.
Hey, just quickly, 2 donations. $75 from MJavans. Javans? I'm not entirely sure, sorry I butchered that. All cancer is bad, try to end cancer, try to end disease. Let's research those nanities to rebuild bodies like in the 5th element. Also, is 75 US in entry for all possible price levels? Yes. It is. $75 gets you eligible for all prices. Also, shoutouts to Mel for $8.20. Nice, GG to everyone on an amazing marathon for a great cause. Thank you also. That's it.
Thank you so much for the donations.
I can't wait to see Trez Cam.
True.
I'm excited.
Alright. So
Oh,
normally
nice.
Dope would not come back here in a run. The reason he's come back to this point is just because this is the heart piece that he missed earlier. He just needs to grab it really quick or else he will be lacking one at the end of the run. Very small diversion.
He'll be a cheater and it won't be a true 100% run if he didn't go back for it.
Yeah. It definitely happens from time to time to like forget a heart piece in a game with like as many things you have to keep track of as this one.
Yeah.
This one especially is easy to forget.
Especially because is it more recent that you guys reverse the order of everything in Great Bay?
Yeah.
That would explain it then, because like you used to do Evan Hart piece second, so you'd be used to going to Great Bay, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is the last thing of this 3-day cycle. So this is actually a small time save. Dope can quickly access the boss area of this Akana Castle, but by doing what he's going to do here, he can actually get there even faster. So he's going to use a Zora ledge clip to get inside the sunblock here, and then from here, he's going to do a slash roll and then do a true recoil. And the inside of Akana Castle, funnily enough, is stored underneath the outside of Akana Castle. So when you go inside the load zone to go inside Akana Castle, you actually just load the area underneath the ground, and that's where it all is. So by going out of bounds, he can fall down to the inside of Akana Castle and then use the load zone to Egos' room to access the boss fight. I think around like 11 seconds faster? 12? I think that was the timing. Don't quote me on that. That timing was done years ago. But it does save time.
We're also showing how useless LG is by getting it at the very end of the run, pretty much.
Yeah. Every place where you would use LG has already been passed, and we managed to skip using LG at literally every instance.
Like, the only time, like, Index Warp itself just already invalidated LG, pretty much. And the fact we could just time stop across to the SCT.
Dope, make sure to save before resetting your console.
Oh yeah, true. God, that
Oh.
I hate that so much. I'd have sub 440 if I didn't do that bullshit. But yeah, for context, I was on a PB pace run that was probably going to be the world's second sub 440, and for whatever reason, I went to go reset my console before I hit save on the Song of Time text box here, which caused me to lose all my progress in cycle 3, so the run was dead.
We got a pretty sick emote out of it though.
We did.
Yo, what emote?
Reset.
Have you not seen it, Trev?
I don't think I've seen it. Someone needs to post it.
Wow, has Trevor really not seen it?
This is why I'm a fraudulent fan.
Yeah, exactly. Just even more proof.
Alright. Basically just the moon left. So Cycle 4 does have some stuff that's not the moon, but it's literally like spawn in Clocktown, get 3 heart pieces, go to the moon. That's
Yeah.
literally just it. So we are basically at the moon at this point. We're just gonna get 3 quick heart pieces in Clocktown, and then it's time for the end of the run.
Yeah, that's the emote in chat. Audio just posted.
Oh wait, I have seen this. I have seen this. Is that what you did after you reset?
Yeah.
And because of the chew crap that Jake was talking about earlier, we're still gonna have all of our bomb chews in this new cycle, which we're gonna use to hover into the clock tower because we're not gonna sit here and wait all the time. We're also gonna use chews on the moon, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the big things is actually Dope has been avoiding equipping over the bomb chews on C right this entire time, because in his inventory he has a bottle duped over bomb chews, but he has the real bomb chew, or he has bomb chews equipped on a C button at the same time as having a bottle over them in inventory, and the effect of that is when he plays Song of Time, his count of bomb chews does not get reverted to 0, which is bomb chew crap. As a side effect of that, though, because he has a bottle over bomb chews in inventory, if he were to accidentally equip over his bomb chews, he can't get them again, because in inventory there's a bottle over them. So you may have noticed he's actually kept bomb chews on his C button for like the past 20 minutes to avoid losing them. Because he wants to use them on the moon, and he doesn't want to have to refuel in the bomb shop beforehand, because it's not worth it. Alright, there's 2 of the missing heart pieces. 1 more, and it's time.
Oh my god, it's one of the cow figures.
Yeah, there's the cow figurine!
It all comes full circle.
We passed by the one in Grandma's, too.
Yeah. And the one at the front desk here.
When are we gonna pass by the lottery one?
You want to visit it before you go to the moon?
Should I?
You don't have to.
Is it even open?
Should
I
be.
think so.
10 on day 2, I think. Oh, we're doing it. We're going to the lottery shop!
Going to the lottery shop.
Dude, you
Never
know this is
seen.
You know it's a good 100% speedrun when we visit the lottery shop.
Incredible.
There's the cow!
Oh, I never knew that was there. That's crazy.
I haven't been in that building in 10 years, so I have no idea how I remember that.
So this is the final heart piece that's not on the moon. This should put Dope at 19 hearts if he's done everything correctly, and it does. And he's just going to use those chews from Chew Crap to get into the clock tower, and we can initiate the ending cutscenes. And them all cows. And them all cows is just actually visiting all the cow figurines.
I forget how long this Giants cutscene is, but I'm pretty sure it's like 4 or 5 minutes
Yeah.
before we're on the moon.
It's not quite as long as Lax, I'm pretty sure, in OOT. Pretty sure it's shorter. Dope may have lost time visiting the lottery shop.
But it was worth it.
He's actually just going over estimate now because he did that. It's
Yeah.
over.
It's all over.
Yeah, going in the lottery shop cost them like 20 minutes, so going over estimate.
It costs world record right there.
Yeah. Truly unfortunate.
Yeah, honestly, this run was pretty alright. I am suspecting a sub 450. Maybe. We'll see.
This up to FD is like 14 minutes, and then is it 14 or longer?
It's 13:20 from entering Clock Town.
And then Majora is like very low too.
Yeah.
My
we have,
favorite part of this run was end of cycle 2.
Yeah, that was my favorite part, man.
We should do that again sometime.
I actually enjoyed trying to remember all the cow figures. It's fun.
Oh yeah, that was actually a really funny way to use the gold dust. That wasn't planned either. That was just like
I was trying to think of something random and dumb to say, and then I was trying to think of some of the Keaton quiz stuff that's like obvious, and I was like, yo, did you know that there's 10 cow figures? And then Trev just reversed it on me. It's like, do you know where they are? I'm like, uh-oh. Not planned at all.
You know what's funny? I think my RNG here was better than my PB.
Yeah, your RNG was insane.
Yeah,
Yeah, you had
RNG,
good-
second try Postman, good Dampe, basically first try Dogs. Perfect fish, heart piece. Lemons were a bit slow. That was like the only thing that was slow were lemons. Everything else was like super good.
sour lemons.
So I've been blessed by the MM gods for this marathon run, and I'm gonna continue to get shit on my PB attempts. That is okay.
This ended up being a really good marathon run.
You got really bad ISP RNG.
True.
Oh, true.
That's definitely the worst RNG element.
Almost perfect. Also, you did see, when I went to go play Oath, I actually did a clip my ocarina over chews. And we actually, we'll get our chews back, because that chew count is still preserved, in memory. So when I open a chest in Twin Mold Trial, I'll get 18 chews, and that will fix the bottle being over them. So it will be good for the source requirements.
Yeah, it's actually really fortunate that there is a chest on the moon that just happens to have bomb
It
shoes,
just has
so that
shoes
this
in
is
it.
possible.
Because I think it's required for one of the puzzles in Twin Mold Trial, right?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
there's also like an arrow chest there too, I think.
Yeah, because I think you have to shoot like an eye switch, and you need to blow up like something in the ceiling or something. I honestly forget the puzzles in that trial. I'm not gonna lie, because you never have to solve them in any.
There's definitely like a part of the ceiling that's like a X up with the chew.
Yeah. I think even 100% glitchless doesn't have to solve those puzzles because it's just, like,
you just use
flag
the
abuse.
yeah, you just use the Goss of Sun fairy spawn flag.
Alright, the cutscene is finally coming to an end. But the run isn't quite over, because again, we can't just rush straight to the final boss. 100% does have to beat all of the moon trials. Each moon trial has a heart piece on it. And then by beating all of the moon trials, we also get the final mask that we're still missing as well.
Also,
Nah,
for
you-
anyone unfamiliar, we're doing blindfolded Majora.
No, you buy choosing glitchless Honda, I'm pretty sure.
I honestly don't remember what Glitchless Hundo uses them for. I'm not gonna lie. It's been too long since I ran Glitchless Hundo.
Or wait, I don't even remember anymore. I'm pretty sure you buy
Like,
choose.
I literally just I've been reviewing the route and I don't remember choose unless I've already forgotten.
I feel like you get them somewhere before the moon. If not, then I've been doing all my runs wrong. Like the 2 runs I have done.
Alright, hardest fight in the game coming up right here.
Man,
It's a toughie.
he's gonna get through like all 19 hearts double defense lost to this one enemy. I couldn't even finish making the joke before he died. So this trial is just kind of like a boss rush of like mini bosses from earlier in the run. There's also a couple puzzles in between rooms, but as you see, Dope actually is going to be able to skip most of the puzzles, either through hovering or in one case a abuse of how flags are set up, which we'll explain coming up because that's coming right after this Iron Knuckle fight.
Is this actually not intended?
What?
The Gossip Stone thing.
Yeah, it's not.
No.
That's wow.
The way it works is the the way what it works is Dope is gonna play Song of Storms at this Gossip Stone up here, and playing Song of Storms at the Gossip Stone will spawn a fairy. And when he spawns that fairy, you can only spawn one fairy from one Gossip Stone. So it'll set a flag to say you've spawned that fairy from that Gossip Stone. And that flag that it sets is also just a flag for whether the door in the next room is locked, because this game is good. So setting the flag for if this fairy has been claimed, like, or spawned or not, also just instantly solves the puzzle in this room. This door right here should be barred, but because he spawned the fairy, it just set the flag and now the door is unbarred.
Wait, I cannot believe that that is not intended.
What? How did you solve it when you were a kid?
Like that, I played the song, I think.
What?
What? How would you know to do that?
I have no idea.
It's not intuitive at all.
Jake is just ahead of his time.
Truly.
Also, I'm giving these masks away in a certain order to minimize the amount of times I have to move my cursor on the item screen for equipping them.
Is it in the dude? I have the Nintendo Power Guidebook right here. I should check. There's no way. There's no way it's in there. There's no way.
Because doesn't it
And the-
spawn the heart piece too?
No.
No, the heart piece
piece
is always
there.
Oh, okay, okay.
It's in the Jag ZSR guidebook for indie. So doing a first mess long jump there to skip a lot of the trial. Not really a lot, but it skips a little bit of it.
So this trial is pretty simple. Most of the trials, other than Twin Mold Trial, have nothing going on. Again, he did do the Blast Mass thing, but
Although a trial has like, something going on.
oh yes, that's true. That's true. It's got the camera thing, right?
Yeah.
I think you hover as well.
Yeah, after the heart piece.
Yeah, I'll be doing a long jump and then hover. It's definitely the hardest one.
So there's 2 left. The Zora one is easily the easiest one. There's literally nothing that
Yeah,
happens in it at all.
there's nothing to do in that one. You just swim.
But yeah, Adultwood Trial is probably one of the hardest because he has a tough long jump to do that requires manipulating the camera. So basically what Dope's gonna do here is these spinning platforms only move when they're loaded, and they're only loaded if you're either looking at them or really close to them. So Dope is actually gonna look away here at a certain point, I believe, or yeah, when they spin around to get to the next one. So he's gonna like do some camera manip here and look here with C up, and so it's gonna make the other one not move, so that he can get a favorable sync here where they're lined up. Whereas normally they do not line up like that. He cannot jump from one to the other without the camera manipulation, so that they align like that. So then he can do this.
I can't believe I've been cheating in this game my whole life.
Dude, I have such a hard time believing you ever did that way.
Dude,
Like,
have-
if you're sure, I'll believe you, but I don't understand.
I literally, my only memory of that trial is playing the song for the Gossip Stone. I didn't even know there was a puzzle in that
Like-
room, I'll be honest.
I guess it could happen if, like, you already knew Gossip Stone spawned fairies and you wanted.
Oh, yeah,
a
I knew
fairy or
that.
something. So I guess if you wanted a fairy because you were like bad and dying or something,
That's the only thing that makes sense. I have no idea.
and then right on Game Pass.
Hey,
That's where I
quick
get all my
donation.
speedrun tech. Yep.
Quick donation, $51.69, nice, from Emibis saying, "Hey viewers, long-time donator, third-time runner. It gives me joy to donate to a great viewer. After my donator died from animal last year, I couldn't resist giving a little frame. Greetings from Germany, PS, save the cancer, kill the frames." Wow, this is not GDQ, okay? Close enough, but it's not GDQ.
Isn't the website like
This is
set up exactly the
100%.
same?
This is 100% from the website, yes.
Oh my god, that's good.
Oh, also
so-
$15 from Power SB. Thank you so much. No comment, but thank you.
So in Zora Trial, you swim.
Yeah.
That's what you do in this one.
The only technology is if you hang out in the very side of the tunnel, you can swim against the current. Whereas you can't do that if you're in the center of the tunnel.
Game breaking.
Yep.
Yeah, they shape the water current there like a square, so the sides don't have any water in them.
We are nearly done. This is the final trial. After this, all that's left is the Majora fight. Which
Yep.
Dope is going to do blindfolded, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Do it blindfolded with Gilded Sword.
Blindfolded with Gilded Sword.
Yeah, instead of using FD. It's a real strat. And there's Fierce Duty's mask, which is what you get for giving all your masks away.
Alright. Gotta get set up here. I'll get my magic.
Alright, let's see it. I'm expecting perfect fight. 1 cycle on Wrath. How about it?
Okay. I cannot see. I'll even look this way, so my game's over here.
That's what you want us to think.
Yeah, turn around.
Alright, for the blindfolded run, would you like us to be quiet then, because you have to listen, potentially?
Yeah.
Alright, let's see it.
Wow, okay. That's a thick head.
Oh, I didn't stun it. There we go. Shit. Alright.
Alright, back on track, back on track.
Little mess up. I forgot to practice this. I think I'm killing remains.
Let's see how many remains he kills before Majora goes down.
Alright.
Alright.
Little messy, but we're okay.
Hey, I agree with chat. He is a monitor inside of his beanie.
Yeah, true.
He's hiding.
That's some high-tech cheating right there.
Alright, this is just a free-for-all, so... Let's go.
Look at the face.
Nice.
Easy. Honestly, better than half the runners' fights with vision.
Oh,
my god.
so close.
That was so close. He was
Dude.
one jump slash short of
That
the
was-
blindfolded one cycle.
GG.
GG.
GG
Oh.
indeed. Can't believe it.
Very good run, very good run. 446, right?
Yeah.
I need to schedule an appointment with my cardiologist after that cycle 2 end.
Same.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Dope. GG. You did it.
Yes. I done did it.
You are the owner.
Also, I think that is the best 100% PB in a marathon.
I think so. Wait.
Yeah, because Phil finished like a 5:02 at GDQ.
Yeah, that's like, isn't that the first sub 5 at a marathon?
Yeah, this is... No, remember the SRM run I did like a year ago?
We don't count SRM. We don't talk
Alright.
about that yet.
Alright, we don't talk... Alright, so this is the first
SRM's
sub
banned.
5 and the best marathon PB. So this is what you want to beat. But I appreciate you all watching the run. Obviously, if you want to find me doing speedruns, I am doing speedruns of this, trying to beat my personal best of 4 hours, 41 minutes, and like 2 seconds. I'm trying to go for world records, so we'll see how that goes. Obviously, go give me a follow on twitch.tv/dopezzera. Thank you, ZSR, for having me on. Shout outs to fucking Trez and like all the ZSR staff for setting this up, dude. Fucking clap, bro.
Thank you
Let's
so
go.
much. I appreciate that so much.
Yeah, I'll now hand it over to you.
All right. Before I quickly, just 2 minutes, go onto the break screen again, just to quickly set up my outro with the face cam. Again, Dope. So thank you so much for the finisher. We couldn't have asked for a nicer finish. I mean, just that one Song of Double Time moment alone killed it. Killed the game. And Jake, Jazz, and Trev, thank you for an extremely informative and energetic commentary, which is just hard, and you did it flawlessly. That was the best final run of the marathon that I could have imagined, and I'm really grateful.
I got you.
No problem.
Yeah, I had fun.
All
Sounds like
right.
he's having fun.
Alrighty, I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm gonna quickly, just 2 minutes, go back to the break screen, set everything up, kick these guys out of here, and then we're gonna be back for the outro. See you very soon.
Bye, people.
Good night, nation.
Goodbye.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It has come to my attention that we have officially ran out of games to show. Thus, it is my formal responsibility to hereby announce this year's ZSRMarathon benefiting Penguin Network to be concluded. Thank you all for your donations. Good night. Hey, I was just kidding, of course. Of course I was just kidding. You all know me. I wouldn't go like this. So let's put the music on. Let's have some chill time together, shall we? Shall we? I think we shall. Seems like a great idea. Alright. Sorry, I cannot really get rid of the background right now, but that's fine, I hope. Alright, everybody. Alright. So, you know, I can't keep myself to short goodbyes, I never could. So hey friends, I'm almost at a loss of words. Almost. Been exactly at this point 76 hours. And we finished at a donation total of 10,911.38, with the final donations from Keaton saying, "Good job, Kings, on the amazing run from Dope, and to the great commentators for keeping us so well entertained." Andrew Dittman sending 50, saying, "For the amazing 100% and amazing event, thanks for all your work." And Deconut spending 3069. Let's see if we can break 11k in the outro. Thanks for all your hard work, Trez, and everyone involved. That puts us at almost 11k, which is insane. Alright. That's not it, though. I have a few things to say. It was insanity. We made it, and we made it the most successful ZSR event of all time. A final donation total of, as I said, 10,911.38, which is absolutely amazing. I actually gotta get my restreamers in here. So that's actually something I need to do, I'm sorry. Because they deserve it to be here, so I'm gonna wait quickly. But something I'm gonna start with is... my dear friend, Dragonbrain, my partner in crime... No, not in the voice chat, just in the Twitch chat. Jesus. Get out of here. Get out of here. Sorry. They all came in the voice chat. Jesus. No. Dragonbane, my partner in crime, my best friend, and the person responsible for like 70% of all the tech that you have today seen on display. He devotes his life to ZSR and to our platform, and he's the sole reason we are the force we are as a restreaming service. These events, like you just saw them, they mean weeks of work, thousands of lines of code, night shifts, concepting, taking time off your other duties, work even. And TBS so often was ready to help me push through. Marvin, my friend, thank you. Then I need to thank the entire staff, ZSR's team, the Restream team. You all make ZSR. And without you, we'd still be restricted to a few streams per month. And you all really do not get nearly enough appreciation for what you do. Every single one of you I consider a close friend. We consider close friends, DB and me. And even though even I can be tough and demanding sometimes, please know I appreciate everything you do. Just really, thank you. And I mean it. This weekend especially, you all had DBs on my back, and I need to point out a few people. Lost, Tom Altak, Ricky, Jinxie, Cops, Mizu, Pogi, Shadow, and Artwork were the people who just jumped in and stepped up this weekend when I took a few hours to rest and to not go insane. Okay, to not go even more insane. Also, I just heard we cracked 11k. You all are crazy. I'm gonna read these at the end, or close to the end. Another few people that I need to shout out. Chris and Nathan from Ben, who established a contact with Pank One. They organized prizes. They were fantastic partners in all of this. They also managed to get the talks with Twitch back on track, which is really hard, I can tell you. Oh, chat, amazing. Even though we didn't get much out of it, which is sad, it's great to see someone believing in us and helping. Also, of course, shoutouts to Pank One Network itself. They trusted and vouched for us and continued to work with us, backed us up. They shot a prize or two our way. That's just a generally fantastic charity. Sorry. I'm losing it. I also need to shout out every single star of this show. Every single runner, volunteer, tracker, commentator. So I'm just gonna start. And if you don't hear your name, please let me know. Michael K, Spleeby, Chex Human, Glenn for the first run, Mini, Meg, Pounds the Tiger for the second run, Lime, then for the third run, Link's Awakening 2019. Then we had Shiro, Dotso, T Grenadier, Danny B, Melky, Dobby, Kyonga Yonga, and KS Inja doing OTR. We had the Good Jake Award on Tingle 2, like Tingle's Balloon Adventure. We had Ryak, Trev White, Chosen, Dude, Chroma, and Death Shadow, Aaron doing the Z2 race. We had Gamer David and Dekunut on Hyrule Warriors. We had Hornlitz and Kaifon commentary for Phantom Hourglass. Rooslux doing the original Z1. Grumpmeister, Lemon Kong, Grumpmeister doing One of Gamelon, and later Faces of Evil. Lemon Kong, Broody, D-God, Florabelly, and Jim doing A Link Between Worlds randomizer. Then Nitros, Session, ATX Martin, PK, and Docky Speak with the TMC Any Percent race. Then the amazing Toadsuit and Schneeheide and Navilin with Four Swords Adventures. I love that run. ITNT Piston with the longest run of the marathon doing Breath of the Wild All Trans Extended. Lumina and Limcube providing amazing commentary. Kai, Laria, Pleasant Breeze, and Vasky with Cadence of Hyrule, which we really, really never do. And never get to do, and it was a blast. Then Jiffy, Megawatt, P-Train, Gamachu, Wally, Samimas, Jinxie, and Tyler W. doing A Link to the Past randomizer. That was a fest. That was amazing. There was cross keys and bingo, and we loved it, and it was the only bingo run on the schedule. Mighty did a fantastic job at Link's Awakening. Gabe Logan did... oh my god, I feel terrible. What did Gabe do? I'm so bad. Gabe actually commentated that run later, and Gabe afterwards did Link's Awakening DX. That's how I get back on track. Sorry about that quick confusion. EJ, VTech, J-Wist, Eric Kilo, Gobbedy, Gymnast, Halicon, Haley, and Ciciel with the Wind Waker race. That was the first race we did on Race Time this event. Safe State with his really cool Smash Bros. Brawl OT demo. Duggernaut and MC with the Zelda's Adventure. That was also fantastic. We had so many donations at the Graveyard Shift. We had Kiefer and Jesnix doing, together with Toadroot, doing the Spirit Tracks race, also great. JDFX, Ethernet Boys, Brugels, and Dean Machine, together with me doing TP, and we had Keaton doing the commentary with me. TGH, Ice Blue Astronomers, aka Astra. That was the Oracle of Seasons run. Nale, Mutant Aura, Greg, and Danny B with OT, all dungeons. Mashy, Supreme Shieldin, Foe, my friend, Fox, Zeke, Madagascar Dave, and Missouri Fox from our team doing Oracle of Seasons rando. Truly Nan with Zelda 64 Dawn and Dusk. Ben Stevens, Game Stabled, Aaron Explosive, Psyma, Soulblade, Axani doing the OT 3D randomizer. Copernicus doing the commentary for Jim in SSHD. Then we had Aaron do the Resurrection of Ganon Rumhack for Z2. Lulu Core second to last with the Triforce Heroes run for the first time ever. And then Dope, Jake, Jazz, and Trev Person. You all just saw that. That was just pure speedrunning gold. Pure Zelda speedrunning gold. There was so many names. I prepared this a little, and just reading this list gave me chills. That was just outstanding. You all made this marathon. You are ZeldaSpeedRuns, not me, not DB, not our team alone. They are too, but you are the actual ZeldaSpeedRuns. There's two people right now that I also need to apologize to. PK Slam was sadly got hit by our schedule changes and barely couldn't make it for the Windbreaker race. I'm still very sorry. That was like a minute thing, and I'm really sorry. So sorry. Also, a very special shout out and apology to Madcap, who had offered to do a bonus run for Zelda Ancient Stone Tablets, which many people have never seen, and said that we couldn't get it in, and I fell flat on communicating it. Really sorry. We're gonna do this as a showcase after the marathon at some day. All runners, all volunteers, you created this event, and every single one of you is awesome. Even though those that did not make the marathon, all 111 runners will have more places and more opportunities next time for you. And I promise that we're gonna be back and have a spot for you. An extra shout out goes to Din, who created Racetime GG, and with it a platform for us to make race coverage so much easier and open. We had SRL for a long time, and we're grateful for SRL, but it stepped it up, and you've been a lifesaver. Thank you, Din. Also, shoutouts to Luna Soap, who donated prizes, and that's really not natural. That's your own money you put in and gave us prizes. You all can see which one it were on the tracker. Thank you so much, Luna. And one runner I need to specifically shout out. Shoutouts to Gymnast86, a dear friend of mine. For the most participations in this event, there were plenty of it that he joined 3 runs, and I won commentary, I believe. And also for his freaking amazing Jotwa TP poem. What a champ. Like, just for that poem alone. All in all, every single one of you deserves a shout out. No matter if you were in that list of donors, if you were a runner, a volunteer, a restreamer, in the Discord, in the participant channel, you rock, and thank you for everything, because you really deserve that shout out. This was a crazy event with a ton of great moments, a fantastic audience, trains, crossbows, rubies, not rupees, also rupees, and all what makes our community special. I saw many people with absolute and just 100% real passion for what we all do, and it makes us proud, me especially, to be a part of this community that you all spend your time with. I probably forgot somebody, and please know that I didn't forget you on purpose. You're just as valuable, probably even more because I forgot you, as every single person I mentioned before. Quick heads up. All runs from the event are already on YouTube. Due to partner restrictions, not all of them are publicly available yet. The VODs from yesterday and today will not be publicly available until tomorrow and Wednesday, but they will be on. We'll also do a full rebroadcast of the event next week. Before I say my final words, the last donations that I didn't read yet. Holy, there's quite some. Oh no, it's actually just 2. Sorry. Andrew Dittman, 8862 for the even 11K. Will not let this end so close. Thank you so much. And Q Game, one of our restreamers. Let's go. Thanks for being so great. You are all just fantastic. Anyways, I could go on. If you would let me, and if I wasn't so tired, I'd go for hours. But at some point, it's just time to wrap up. 76 hours and 18 minutes. I just want to wrap up by saying one more thing. People, you out there, in chat, in participant channel, in Discord, in the list of donors, you rock. Thank you for everything. See you next event. And Tress is finally going to bed. See you all soon.